Volume. Volume is there. Guys, good afternoon. Helen, hi, good afternoon. Hello. Who's there? I just see three of you. Rest all are missing. Yes, Chandramohan, hi, dude. Good afternoon. Nice to see you on a weekday. Yes, hi. Good afternoon. Sorry about Sunday. I missed you guys. I was a little unwell on Sunday. Anyway, we are all good now. Hey, who else is there, guys? We are about to start. If anybody wants to switch on the camera, we can. Chandramohan, you are there. I know that. Jyoti, good afternoon. Who else is there? Nandini, hi, good afternoon. Right. Okay. Now, today will be your last session. I'll try to finish off the course. Not much is left. I'll not prolong your agony also. So, we will finish the course today. And be mentally prepared. Arvind, what is the noise here? Can you increase the volume in the room? Little, so that I know that there's volume. Otherwise, I keep feeling there's no volume here. Just little. And just get some coffee for me. Okay. Right, so I think it's better now. Thanks, Arvind. Hello. Arshia, good afternoon. Okay. Bishnoi Saab, good afternoon. Bishnoi, have you reached your workstation? Arshia, good afternoon. Right, so all of you are there now, so we can start. All right, now before I start, what I'm going to finish today is, I'm going to finish with this topic. We have done with attitude last time. I told you I was supposed to do emotional intelligence. We'll do emotional intelligence today. We'll do thinkers today. And lastly, I'll teach you how to write case studies also. All that will happen today. We'll do it in one go. And yes, under home quarantine. Okay. I hope, okay. Be safe. That's the idea here. Okay. I have an advice to everybody who's in Chennai and Tamil Nadu. See, cases are shooting up in Tamil Nadu. So better be careful. Try not to go out. Try to be safe. I know elections are coming, with people coming out, the cases may go up. So just be safe because your prelims are coming. It's March. So just be a little safe. Okay. Right. So we'll talk about three things today. We'll talk about emotional intelligence. We'll talk about thinkers, and we'll talk about case studies. These are the three areas that is left in your course. We'll do that. Now, emotional intelligence. That's the first thing we'll talk about today. Emotional intelligence. Now, when I say emotional intelligence, the big question is, okay, there are three things we need to understand in this. There are three topics. There are three areas. And the three areas are this: concepts of emotional intelligence. What exactly does the word emotional intelligence mean? One. Second, we need to understand the role of emotional intelligence. What role emotions play in our lives? Look at the question: what role emotion plays in our lives? Role, relevance, significance. And last is, how will you apply EI in governance? Application of emotional intelligence in governance. These are the three areas. These are the three things that the syllabus has for you. And the questions are more or less from this only. The questions that have been asked are more or less from this only. Guys, if anybody else has joined me, please text me. Akhilesh, hi, good afternoon. Aptitude and foundations. I have done with aptitude. I've done with aptitude. I've done with foundational values. Boss, I've done with integrity. I've done with the foundational values. I've done with aptitude. Don't you remember? Empathy. I've done with aptitude. I've done with aptitude. After that, I went to attitude. Chandramohan, haven't I spoken about compassion? Haven't I spoken about empathy? I've spoken about these values. Akhilesh, you missed something, I guess, somewhere. I have spoken about aptitude. I have spoken about foundational values. I have spoken about integrity. Let me see. Wait a minute. Objectivity, non-partisanship is something which I'll be doing in public service values. Akhilesh, please don't go by bit by syllabus. Objectivity is procedural fairness. Akhilesh, listen to me. Akhilesh, when you study procedural fairness, that is objectivity, that is non-partisanship, procedural fairness. I hope you studied procedural fairness when I was doing duty approach to ethics. So don't go by word from the syllabus. I've covered almost everything. All right, let's start with this. Concepts and models of EI. Let's start with this. Now, first thing, when I say concepts, before I get to concept of EI, we need to understand role of emotional intelligence. Now, first question for the day is this. Helen, what time you get up? Akhilesh, relax, Akhilesh. I know, no issues. I'm not, Akhilesh, relax, chill. I'm just clarifying the confusion. You know, I'm a little loud today because I think there's a volume issue. Akhilesh, is my volume clear? Akhilesh, bacha, is my volume clear? Helen, is my volume clear? Because I have a feeling the volume is not clear. That's why I'm a little loud today. Pakka? Helen? Chandramohan, is my volume clear? If it's clear, just give me a thumbs up. Because I have a feeling the volume is not clear. Right. Thanks, guys. Pakka. Okay, great, Akhilesh. Thank you, bache. Okay. Right. So I can slow down a bit. I don't know why I had this feeling that volume is not there. Chalo. So I can slow down a bit. Okay, the first question. First question. What time you guys normally wake up? 8 o'clock? 7 o'clock? 7 o'clock. Oh, that's fair enough. 7 o'clock. Yes, Helen, 7 o'clock makes sense. Okay. Right. Chandramohan wakes up at 6 o'clock. Okay. Right. So, right, Chandramohan, you wake up at 6 o'clock. Now, let's say you've been awake from 7 o'clock, at least for the last 5 to 6 hours you've been awake. In the last 5 to 6 hours, you must have gone through all these emotions. You must have had your angry moment since morning. You must have had your worrying moment also since morning. You must have had your boring moments also since morning. You must have had your happy moments also. You go through all these emotions, but have you noticed something? How these emotions impact you? One, have you noticed your behavior under the impact of these emotions? One. Second, have you noticed something? How your emotions impact others? Simple question. Next time, notice this: when your father comes back from office all angry, everybody at home stays away from him. Everybody is quiet. I'm sure you must have noticed it. When your father is happy, everybody is around him. That's when the requests start coming in. So what I'm trying to tell you here is, like, we go through these emotions not knowing how it impacts other person. Have you noticed something? When you're angry, you cannot study. When you're angry, you cannot study better. When you're happy, you study much better. So your emotions will impact others also. It will impact you also. Have you noticed something? When you're hungry, you cannot study at all. So we need to understand the impact of emotions on you as well as on others, both. Okay. Somebody gets up at 10 o'clock. Amazing. Who's this 10 o'clock person? Very lucky. Yeah, my health is better. I've almost rested and recovered. Right. Somebody gets up at 10 o'clock. Nice. Lucky. Okay, let's understand this. Now, first question for all of you. Are emotions relevant? Do they have any role in our lives? Do you think emotions are important? What role? That's the first question UPSC will have. What role emotions have for you? Is it important? Guys, yes. Hope you are feeling better. Yes. Hi, good afternoon. Yes, I'm better. Yes, I'm better. What role emotion has? Yes, sir, they decide on human character. Okay, Bishoy, Ramesh. Okay, what else? I think, okay, expression my feelings. What role emotion plays? Chandramohan, what is it? Decide on character. Okay. It's such a basic, I repeat, such a basic question. What role emotion plays? Ajay, you think sadness plays a role? You think happiness plays a role? All these emotions play a role. What role it plays? Let's start with this. I'll start with a small scholar here. Now that's Damasio for you. It'll influence the decision making. Oh yes, you absolutely got it. That's Damasio for you. Antonio Damasio. Damasio in the year 1980s, he was doing research. He was doing the research where he was talking about, he was trying to explore why emotions are important. He was trying to understand that. He believed, why is it, you know something, when people have emotions means it has to have a purpose. So when we're doing attitude, I explained that also, attitude also has a purpose. So here the same question was there, like, okay, fine. I mean, if I have emotion, what's the purpose? If I'm happy, what's the purpose of being happy? It's good to be happy, but what's the purpose of being happy? Does sadness, does it have a relevance? Anger, if I have anger, what's the purpose? Is there a purpose of being angry? Have you asked this question to yourself? Why do I get angry? What's the purpose? Have you asked this question? What do I achieve by getting angry? What do I achieve by feeling happy? He was exploring these questions. That was Damasio. And Damasio finally wrote a very influential book. Big question. Damasio finally wrote a very influential book. And the name of the book is this: Emotion, Reason and Human Brain. You don't have to quote the book. He wrote this wonderful book. In fact, there are a lot of wonderful YouTube lectures of Damasio. He's a neuroscientist. He said he was the first person to identify scientifically the relevance of emotion in our daily lives. And what he said is, like, he said, humans think, listen to this, humans think that we make decisions using logic. But what he said is, no. Logic plays a very limited role. Human decisions are based on bodily experiences. Listen to me, human decisions are based on bodily experiences and emotional experience. Like, for example, after my class gets over 6 months later, you would have forgotten what you studied in my class, but you'll remember the emotional experience of the class. When you go to a restaurant, it's the same idli everywhere. It's the same Maggi everywhere. It's the same noodles everywhere. But we don't remember the taste. We'll remember the emotional experience of it. For example, you would have completely forgotten what you studied in first semester of your college, but you'll remember the emotional experience of the class, how boring it was fun or not. When you go to any Hindi movie or Tamil movie, it's an emotional experience. Why do you enjoy the songs there? You are there dancing with the hero. Why? That's an emotional experience. Have you seen the hit movies? It doesn't make sense. It actually doesn't make sense. All the movies don't make sense. But it's an emotional experience. That's what Damasio said, the first thing. Role of emotion. Damasio argues that it's wrong to think that minds think. The body and emotions have a key role in the way we think and in rational decision making. Key role. Further, he says, emotional intelligence processes reason and decision making. I'll give an example. This is for Helen and Chandramohan and Jyoti also. You know, all of you are sitting in my class at 2 o'clock, happily after having lunch. And I'm sure Chandramohan would have had the 3-course lunch. Nice. Sambar and rice, rasam and rice, curd and rice, and sweet also after that. Stomach is all full. When the stomach is full and you sit in the class, you sit to study. Your brain tells you concentrate. Your body tells you sleep. What dominates? I'm very sure the body dominates. Have you noticed something? It happens n number of times. You plan, oh, tonight I'll study till 1 o'clock. Once you finish your dinner and you sit on the table, half an hour into the dinner table, your body says sleep. That's it. You're constantly fighting your body, and finally what happens? You end up sleeping only. We believe that mind controls the body. No, body has its own mechanisms. I have done this experiment in classrooms. I reduce the AC completely. It becomes a little cold in the classroom. At the moment it becomes cold, students stop focusing. Why? Because the body is uncomfortable. So body plays a lot of role in your decision making. It does. Everybody wants a comfortable job. What is a comfortable job? Body is comfort. Body is comfort. Everybody likes to travel in a car. Why? Because comfort, bodily comforts. So that's why Damasio said, emotion is integral to the process of decision making. He said logic is also important, but your body and emotion is also important. If you look at your eating decisions, why do you eat? You eat for satisfaction. We eat for satisfaction. We don't eat for nutrition. We eat for satisfaction. Taste. It has to be tasty, right? Taste is a satisfaction. Emotion. Haven't you seen all the advertisements? They all sell food only by emotion. So copy that. That's the first role. And this statement can come in your exam. Emotion is integral to decision making. That can come in your exams. It's important. It drives us. Yes, yes, very much, very much. It drives us. And thank you all for all the get well messages. Last Sunday, you guys messaged me a lot. Thank you so much for it. And last Sunday, I realized how much you guys missed me. Seriously, I kept getting messages till 7 o'clock that evening. Something that exceeds the tolerance lead to these emotions. Right? All right. They decide on human character. They decide on your action. They drive your actions. Arshia, all going good. Nandini, how are things with you? Vamsi is missing today. Oh, Vamsi is there. Sorry, Vamsi, you changed your DP. Vamsi, I didn't know you're a hockey player. Nice to see that you play hockey. Akhilesh, going well. Acha, in case I go a little fast, just stop me. I can come back. I can slow down a bit. This is another lady who has joined me. Who's this? Arvind, who's the last lady who has joined me? What's her name? Yeah. SIN? Okay. Cynthia. Yeah, Cynthia. Okay, nice, Cynthia. Good afternoon. This is the first time seeing you. Otherwise, I know all the other usual suspects. Cynthia? Done. Let's move to the next one. Copied. Okay, done. Let's move to the next one. You don't need to copy the name of the book. The idea matters and this statement can come in your exam. This statement. Let's move. Let's look at the role of emotion. That's couldn't share the video. Okay. Right, Cynthia, good that you are here today. Second role of emotion. Okay, after this class gets over, when I give a break at 4:30, call your mom on a mobile phone. Call your mom or call your mom on a mobile phone. Your mom will say, so how was the class? Good. How was the class? Good. Did you enjoy? Yes. Are you okay? Yes. Serious? Yes. What will you have for dinner? Whatever. Anything. I think something is wrong. No, nothing is wrong. I'm fine, mom. Wait, you be there. I'm coming to see you. No, not needed. I'm fine. Why does your mom feel that something is wrong? You are perfectly fine. Your mom feels something is wrong. Why? Because the way you are speaking to her, there's no emotional exchange happening. Have you noticed something? That's how like you greet people differently. Hello. Hi. Hello. When you greet your friend, hello, that means you get lost from here. Hi. Oh, welcome. Your greeting matters. So what I'm saying is, that's the second function. It improves your social relations. Expression of emotions is an important means of social interaction. Without that emotion, you cannot establish connect. You cannot connect with anybody. Fine, you guys never smile on camera, but I like to smile always because my smile will have an impact on all of you. Otherwise, the class will be like, good afternoon. You'll all fall asleep by now. Okay. Right. Copy this. Social interaction. Social interaction. Like robots are without emotions. True. True, true, true. Vinisha, how are things with you, Vinisha? Okay, there is no hard and fast rule that I have to finish my course today. If I'm not able to finish it today, I'll take one small extra class if I'm not able to finish today. So be patient with that. So don't panic. That's why everybody. Happy to hear that, doctor. Copy done. Nice. All right, the next one. Acha, we have events in life. We have events in life. And a lot of these events are very overwhelming. A lot of these events are very overwhelming. I'm sure when you watch matches, you will see, when you watch tennis matches, you will see that Rafael Nadal wins a match. He starts crying after winning because he's happy. Have you noticed something when you go to, when somebody has passed away in a house, we go to the house, you'll see people crying. Just by crying, the person's going to come back. Have you noticed something? Even when you're sad, you cry at times. Even boys cry. Let me tell you this. You may be crying when you're alone, but you cry. Why? Because the event is very overwhelming. That event overtakes you. So you have to cope with that event. You have to cope with that particular event that has happened. So what you do, you use emotions to cope with that. So look at the next one. Emotion regulation is an important skill of coping with social personal. Coping. Adjusting to that event. I repeat, adjusting to that event. Emotion helps you to adjust to events of life. Somebody dies, it's emotional. So you cry, you cope. You fail an exam, you'll feel bad, you cry for some time. You cope with that event. I'm sure you must have seen that when you fail an exam, you feel sad for some time. The sadness is a way of coping with that event. So that's why it says skill of coping with social and personal events. Copy that. Jyoti, I'll get back to the first slide. 1 minute, Jyoti. Do come for another class, sir. Okay. Naveen, good afternoon. Thursday, Friday. Good afternoon. I'm all good, Naveen. Naveen, all well, Naveen. I'm getting better. I'm better. In fact, not getting better. I'm better. Recovered. All right. Let's go to the next one. Now, one of the biggest questions after this we had was, what are the primary emotions we have? I'm still discussing relevance of emotion. Let's understand. You know, these are the 6 kind of faces you have been having since morning. Right now also your face will reflect one of this. Can you guess the faces? Right now, yes. These are 6 primary emotions we humans have. We all humans have 6 primary emotions. And that's what it is. And all of it is a variation of it. And the 6 emotions are here. You will have a happy face, which is that's a happy face, right? Happiness, sadness, fear, disgust. This is disgust. Oh, disgust. Surprise. Surprise. I know this Sunday you had that surprise. My class got cancelled. Oh, what happened? Surprise. This is fear. We have these 6 primary emotions. Happiness, sadness, fear, disgust, surprise, anger. Now the question is, why these 2 are in red? That's something that should surprise you. These 2 are in red. Why? Because UPSC had a question on them. That's a surprise for you. 2014. All human beings aspire for happiness. They've asked you about happiness. Look at the next part. Do you agree? What happiness does mean to you? What does happiness mean to you? 2014. 2016. Anger is harmful, negative emotion. How can it be managed and controlled? How will you manage anger? Anger. How can it be managed? Anger. So they've asked you about happiness, they've asked you about anger. Again, I'm telling you, whatever I do in class, you will have that in the exam only. So think about it. So listen to me very, very carefully. The topic is emotional intelligence, but UPSC's question is about happiness and anger. Specific. Now the question is, they will not ask you about disgust. They will not ask you about surprise. They can have a question on sadness. How do you manage your sadness? How do you overcome your sadness? What do? You cannot say that I never get sad. We all have a sad moments. You never had sad moment in life? We all have a sad moment. So how do you manage your sadness? And I cannot help you here because this is your personal thing. How do you manage? Some people cry and overcome. Some people take a break from the thing. You do something to overcome the sadness. How do you manage it? Next one, how do you manage your fear? How do you conquer your fear? We had spoken about this when I was discussing courage. You remember the word courage? You remember I discussed courage. Fear is about courage. So this I've discussed. Sadness is something new which you have to think about. Sadness. If you look at COVID, it led to a lot of sad events throughout. A lot of families went through sadness during COVID times. A lot of families. So how did these families overcome sadness? I'm sure in this COVID time, you must have had your friends or friends, somewhere, someone whom you know must have passed away. Something sad must have happened. So how do you manage the sadness? How? I'll give you a small example. Sorry. I had a student in Delhi. She was my former student. Now she's working. One day I got a call during COVID lockdown time. I got a call that her entire family tested positive except for her. Her father, her mother, her grandfather, and her elder brother. All 4 tested positive. The same house. She was only one negative. Extremely stressed and sad. She wanted my help. It's lockdown. What to help? The only help I could do was listen to her. So she managed her sadness by talking to me. By talking to other friends. I'm sure she must have spoken to other friends also. So her way of coping with sadness was talking to somebody. Crying to somebody. She used to cry at times a night. So that's how you cope with sadness. So how do you cope? Some of you will take a break, you go for a walk. Just try to forget things that has happened. So how do you cope with sadness? And you cannot say in the exam that I never had sad moments. We all go through sad moments. That's why we need family. Why do we need family? So that we can talk to somebody in these moments. Sadness. So how do you cope with sadness? Prepare an answer for that. Don't Google it. Keep the answer personal. The biggest mistake you'll do is by Googling and writing stuff. Your personal examples. Sadness happens when you are disappointed with something, when the results go bad, something, sad moments. Okay, I'll give you an example also. Now, specific emotions, they all have a role in our lives. Specific emotions. For example, fear. Fear tells you there is danger, run from this place. When you see a snake, why do you run? Because fear. It tells you run because there is danger here. Next, anger. Anger provokes you to, can you fight happily with anybody? Can you fight smilingly? Oh, I'll kill you. Nothing, it'll never going to happen, right? So you have to get angry. Anger provokes you to fight. Positive. You protect yourself. Anger. Sadness leads to help. I said, next time try borrowing money from somebody, some of your friend, happily, smilingly. Smile and say, Arey yaar, just give me 500, I'll get back to you. You will never get the money because you're happy. Try the other way around. Have the sad look. You know what, yaar? You know how life is. My dad, he refuses to help me. You have that sad look, people will be ready to help you. Sadness. Sadness, help, I'm hurt. So all emotions have this role of, this is what called survival value of emotion. What survival value? We use emotions to survive. We use emotions to survive. Copy this. So I've discussed 4 functions of emotion, 4 roles of emotion. 1 question done with examples. Jyoti, I'll get back to the earlier slide. Jyoti, you want me to go back to the first slide, right? Sorry? $4:30. Guys, done? All right, chalo. Next question. Just a recap. These are the role of emotion. Emotion helps us decision making. Just a recap. Emotion helps us decision making. Emotion contributes to interpersonal relations. It makes your interpersonal relations better. And emotion helps you coping with events of life. And the last one, emotions play a vital role in day-to-day survival. Day-to-day survival. Use sadness day-to-day just to seek help. Use anger day-to-day to protect yourself. 4-paragraph answer. It's a very small question. Role of emotions, importance of emotion. This is the 4 role. It helps you in making decisions. It improves relations. It helps you to cope with events. And the last one, day-to-day. Day-to-day survival. Day-to-day survival. Got it? Okay. Next one. What do you see on the screen? What facial expressions? What facial expressions? What do you see on the screen? What? Positive emotion, negative emotion. This is negative, this is positive. People are looking at it and wondering, what is it? Okay, wait. All your life, every day, right from the moment you wake up, till now, you have been in this frame or in this frame. Either you are negative or either you are positive. There's no in between. Either your facial expression will be like this or it will be like this. Since my class just started, so all of you are in this frame of mind. Give me another half an hour. Give me another half an hour. It will get into this. Half an hour before break, 4:15, it will be this. 5 o'clock, it will be this again. So it goes like this only, between this and this. Positive, negative, that's what life is. That's what you do. So we need to understand both negative emotions and positive emotions. Now, what exactly is a negative emotion? What exactly is a negative emotion? What kind of emotion you call a negative emotion? Negative emotion. What kind of emotion you call a negative emotion? Why I'm explaining this is because UPSC this year had a question positive attitude. They can ask you a question about negative positive emotions also. What exactly is a negative emotion? Why is it we call anger negative? Why is it we call jealousy negative? Why do we call these emotions negative? Any idea? Vinisha, Vamsi, where are you guys? Are you guys there? Why these are negative? How many are there, Arvind? 39. Okay. It'll be after 4:30, it'll increase. They harm others. Oh, Nandini says they harm others. No, no, no. It can hurt others. No, no, no. Not hurting others. No, 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 no. Forget hurting others. Jealousy doesn't hurt anybody. Nandini, this is for you. How can jealousy hurt others? I am jealous of you all. I am jealous of Chandramohan for his looks, handsome man. So I am jealous of Chandramohan. How it's going to hurt him? He's not hurt. He doesn't even know that I am jealous. I am the one who's getting hurt. That negativity is hurting me. Right. So negative emotions are negative. Why? Because they lead to unpleasant experiences. Unpleasant. Look at the words. Unpleasant experience. Have you noticed something? You get angry. After getting angry, you feel bad. You have that unpleasantness about it. You feel sick for some time. Unpleasant. You have that unpleasant feeling. Oh, what the hell? That's why it's negative. You know, sometimes happiness can also lead to unpleasant experiences. Happiness can also do that. I've seen wedding functions. Wedding functions is a happy function. People get drunk like anything because they're happy. And next day they hold their head, oh God, what the hell? That's typical of North India. South India doesn't have that. South Indians don't drink, I know that. North India, happiness gone unpleasant. So any emotion that leads to that unpleasantness, that's negative emotion. That's negative emotion. Negative. I hope you got it. Now you got it right. Okay, next one is positive emotions. It leads to sense of well-being. Well-being. Leads to sense of well-being. All right, can I move to the next one? Okay, done. Great. All right. Now, understand one very important fact. Unpleasant experience. It leads to unpleasantness. Now, what are positive emotions? Can you give me a list of positive emotions that you have experienced? Let's see. Positive emotions that you have experienced. Cynthia left and somebody else is joining me. Sir, anything that stays neutral? Nothing stays neutral, Cynthia. There's nothing called neutral emotion. Anger is anger. What is neutral about it? There's no neutral. The problem in our life is we want to have that neutrality. That is impossible. Either you're this side or this side. There's nothing called neutrality. You like or dislike, same thing. Okay, what are the positive emotions you guys have experienced? Just imagine you guys are getting married today evening. Suppose you are getting married today evening. What emotions will you experience right now? Positives. Chandamore is holding his head all day. Look at the guy. Okay. Look at the boys. Okay. Cynthia is also smiling. Okay. What emotion? Such a simple question. Besides shyness and embarrassment, what else will you experience? I'm sure you will experience something. Happiness. Right. Okay. When I just finished exercise. Okay. Right. All right. Why is it? It's very, very difficult to write positive emotions. I just asking you what positive emotions do you guys experience? Besides happiness, that's the only thing you know. Why is it so difficult? Self-belief, anxiety, happiness, surprise, excitement. Okay. Who's this excitement person? Nice, Vinisha. Vinisha, do you have clinical psychology as a minor or something? Because you have, okay, wait. When my students get high, when my students get high marks, when hunger gets food, okay. When my students, Jyoti, do you teach somewhere? Jyoti writes, Nira Jyoti writes, do you teach somewhere, Jyoti? My students get high marks? Okay, now, I'll give you a positive list of positive emotions. First positive emotion. You know, one of the big, okay, great. I can understand, right. One of the biggest mistakes or one of the biggest shortcomings, not mistakes, biggest shortcomings I have seen in young aspirants like all of you is, you guys don't take interest. You don't take interest in life. You don't take interest in learning something new. Curious. If you see a young kid, he's always curious. You just take a young kid to a mall, he'll run around everywhere because he wants to explore, curiosity. So first big emotion you need to have is interest. Interest to learn. This is a new subject, new journey, interest. That's missing. A lot of you engineers, you have never studied polity before. You should have that interest to study that subject. Interest, curiosity. First emotion, positive, interest. Second, optimism. Look at things in a brighter side. Optimistic. Bright. Life is good. Third, inspiration. Ashad, do you guys, I remember one of the classes somebody mentioned to me also, talk about motivational talk. Gave us a motivational talk. Do you guys listen to motivational speakers? I'm sure some of you will do. No? Okay, Chandramon says no, I don't. Vamsi will be watching somebody. Okay. You know, today in this world, we have a lot of these motivational speakers. TED Talk, motivational speakers. People listen to them. Get motivated. And after 15 minutes, you're the same. I've seen students They see an IPS officer standing somewhere in a uniform and motivating students. Oh, till the time he's there on the stage, 15 minutes after that, you're all motivated. After 15 minutes, still the same. Motivation gone out of the window. Nobody can motivate you 24/7. Look at your parents. They are trying their best every day to motivate you. Nothing happens to you guys. Motivation is not possible all the time. Trust me. Nobody can motivate you 24/7. You have to inspire your own self. Drive. You have to drive your own self. Every day morning when you get up, don't get up with this negative frame of mind. Oh, one more day of Hindu reading newspapers. Oh, one day of office. Oh, one more day of ethics class. Oh, no. You have to inspire yourself. Drive yourself. Drive. That's what is inspiration. Drive. Achievement drive. We call this achievement drive. Drive to achieve something. Not prove. A lot of you are taking civil service exam to prove. Don't. You cannot prove anything. Learn to achieve, not prove something. Inspiration. Next one, confidence. I feel boring listening to them, sir. I don't know why. Absolutely. Ramesh, they don't make sense. You know, interestingly, I get invited for TED Talks. Sir, can you deliver a TED Talk? I say, no, please give me a break. No, sir, you are a great motivator. No, I am not a motivator. I teach a subject. That's it. It's only for 10 minutes. After that, what? They are still the same. Confidence. You know, when I was growing up, we never had motivational speakers. Seriously. When I was growing up, there were no motivational speakers. Oh, Gandhi never had any motivational speaker. Mahatma Gandhi never gave any motivational talk also. Bhagat Singh had no motivational talk. But they were all inspired. Nelson Mandela sitting in jail for 27 years. No motivation. Inspiration. They inspired themselves. Have you noticed that? The difference. That's the difference with this generation, that generation. This generation wants to be motivated all the time. Look at the amount of YouTube talks they have on motivational. Tony Robbins and Robin Sharma and whatnot. Everybody is there. Come on, it's not going to help. Inspiration, confidence. Next one. Cheerfulness, enthusiasm, happiness. I have put this on one side. You will not have a question on this. They have asked this. They have asked this already. Happiness, enthusiasm, all are connected. This is something you may have to mention in the exam. If they ask you what are the positive emotions that you experience, what's positive about you, what are your emotional strength? This is your emotional strength. Curiosity to learn new things, being optimistic, having a drive to achieve. This is your emotional strength. Ramesh is perfectly fine. Great. You get bored of the motivational speakers. All right, let's go to negative emotions. Let's go to negative emotions. Negative emotions. May I? Shall I? Okay. Negative emotions. Let's start with this. First one. First big negative emotion is fear. Little fear is good. I repeat, little amount of fear is good. Not extreme amount of fear. Little fear of exam is good. It will motivate to study. It will inspire to study. Little fear. Too much fear is not good. It stops you from doing things. You know something, fear is a very restraining factor. Fear stops you. Fear actually stops you. That's why we call it negative. Because it acts as a restraint. Listen to this also. It restrains you. It stops you. It makes you run away from things. You know, one thing sad I notice among our aspirants is they fill up the forms. Forms are out, they'll fill up the forms. 1 week before the prelims exam, they'll opt out. Fear. They say, oh, I'm not prepared, I'll take it next year. Don't do that. That's fear. It becomes negative. What I'm saying is little amount of fear is good. Little amount of fear. But too much fear will make you run away. It will stop you from doing things. Stop you from doing things. Okay. Next one. There's this wonderful English movie called Runaway Bride. There's this wonderful movie called Runaway Bride. It's a popular movie. It's not award winning. It's a popular movie. Now there's this heroine. She used to run away on the day of the wedding. Her marriage used to get fixed. She used to shop and she used to do everything. One day before marriage, she had the nervousness, fear. She used to run away. Because of fear. And that happened thrice, 3 to 4 times. Same story. She gets engaged, the boy is all set, and the marriage day approaches. She gets a gown ready, everything is ready, and she runs away one day before the marriage. Why? Because fear. So, little amount of fear is good, not that kind of fear. Oh, a lot of you have fear of commitment also, don't worry. You guys keep postponing marriage. Why? Because you have a fear of commitment. Right, next one, anger. Little dose of anger is good, extreme anger is bad. And a lot of kids have issues with anger. You know, the problem with anger is twofold. The problem with anger is twofold. One, you become abusive. Your vocabulary improves big time with anger. Second, your memory also improves. You suddenly remember, oh, you said that day. We do that, right? I'm sure we do that. You should see your mom and dad fight at times. When your mom and dad fight, that's what happens. Your mom will say, 10 years back you said that. Your dad will say, oh, you were no less, you also said the same thing. It goes on. Anger. That's why it becomes unpleasant, because you become abusive, you bring out the old grudges, so that's why it becomes negative. And the next one, disgust. Disgust. You know what disgust is? And the last one, sadness. Rage is extreme anger. Rage is extreme anger. Okay. You know, today one of the students from Bangalore, a regular batch student, sent me a very interesting news item. About rage. A regular batch student. And the news item was, it was an old news item, but he dug up and sent it to me. The news item was, a wife slashed her husband's fingers with kitchen knife. Chopped the husband's fingers with kitchen knife. Why? Because the husband was looking into her WhatsApp messages. Rage. They were standing in the kitchen. It's a very interesting news item. You can just Google it also, you'll find it. Bengaluru woman slashes husband's fingers. That's the headline. This happened long back, but it's a nice incident. Wonderful. They're standing in the kitchen and this lady got so enraged because husband was looking into her phone. Chop, 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 chop. Rage. Extreme anger. Next one, loneliness. This is increasing. The more time you spend on your mobile phones and social media, you're getting lonelier and lonelier. Most of the young people today they have challenges in making friends, relationships. You can chat on WhatsApp. You can chat on Facebook. But face-to-face relationships are missing today. They are more and more lonely. So that's why, if you notice something, Japan has recently appointed Minister for Loneliness. Right. So let's move. One more. Annoyance. Hate. All these are negative emotions. Getting annoyed at small things. You get annoyed with your mom at very small things. Haven't you noticed something? With your mom, you get annoyed at very small things. With dad, you don't. But mom, very small things. All right. Next question. Shall we go to the next question? Have you copied this, guys? Okay, the next one. Concept of EI. emotional intelligence concept. We'll talk about the concept. First one. May I? Okay, let's start with it. Salovey and Mayer. These are two gentlemen. Peter Salovey, I repeat, Peter Salovey, John Mayer. He's from Yale University and he's from New Hampshire University. They were the first psychologists to define emotional intelligence in the year 1991. It's a very recent concept, not very old one. They both, Salovey and Mayer. And what they proved in their research is EI is an ability. Emotional intelligence is an ability. In other words, being emotionally intelligent is an ability. Ability of what? Ability of understanding others' feelings and our own feelings. And using the feelings to guide your life. In other words, using emotions to guide your life. Using emotions to guide your relationships. Using emotions to guide your decisions. It's an ability. I repeat, it's an ability. If you notice something, Mahatma Gandhi was an extremely emotionally intelligent leader. Yes. Mahatma Gandhi was an extremely emotionally intelligent leader. That's why he could be a leader of the masses. There were no social media, no Twitter account, no Man Ki Baat, no All India Radio. But despite that, he was immensely popular. Why? Because he knew he could understand people's feelings and he used it also. He used emotional intelligence to guide himself. Guide one's thinking and action. That's the definition. Circle the word ability so that you remember it also. Everybody is very quiet. Guys, are you guys there? Vamsi and Akhilesh, are you there? Akhilesh, after saying Pakka, tum bhag gaye. Akhilesh, after saying Pakka, you are missing. Akhilesh, I forgot that you don't know Hindi. Yes, okay. I am on the video. Vamsi, where are you on the video? Oh, okay. Right, now I can see you. Vamsi, is that your hostel room? Your home, right? Okay, nice. Vamsi, you're sending me mixed signals. You're doing this also, you're doing this also. What? All right. You text me whatever it is. Right, the next one. Models of EI. You know, I wish I could see everybody today. Today may be one of my last classes, so I wish I could see everybody of you, but most of them are busy working. Right, there are two models of EI. And you have to apply them in governance. I repeat, you have to apply them in governance. Sir, can thinking made out of one's emotions be dangerous? No, you need to understand, Ramesh, emotions can drive your thinking, but you should know where to rein in your emotions also. You cannot let your emotions run all over you. Use emotions, but not overuse your emotions. That's also the point. And use emotions positively, not for negative purpose. If you look at Hitler, Hitler uses emotional intelligence negatively. Hitler was a great speaker, wonderful persuasive speaker, he used that emotions for negative reason. Right, okay. Models of EI. There are two models of emotional intelligence. First one is ability. It's a skill. Look at the words. Regard emotional intelligence as pure form of mental ability, only skill, only skill. Just like maths is a skill. Just like coding, it's a skill. Skill you can learn and practice. I repeat, skill you can learn and practice. Like playing hockey is a skill you learn and practice. Playing chess is a skill you learn and practice. So using emotion is also a skill you all can learn and practice. And this was a question UPSC had in 2019. I'll share the question also. Look at the question. Emotional intelligence is the ability to make emotions work for you instead of against you. It's a skill where you make emotions work for you. Ability model. It's an ability. So you have to learn to make emotions work for you. That is ability. Why can't you make emotions, why can't you make happiness work for you? Have you noticed something? When you're happy, you study better. So when you're happy next time, don't party. Study. That's making happiness work for you. Have you understood that? When we are happy, that's the best time to study because your mind is very, happiness is a state of well-being. Study at that time, don't party. So that's what is making emotions work for you. When you're angry, walk away from the scene so that you don't ruin the rest of the day. Sometimes you notice something, when you get angry, the entire day goes off because you're still in that moment of madness. So making emotions work for you is this only. Learn to make emotions work for you. Making fear work for you. I told you before exam, little fear is good. Fear can be motivating. So little use that fear. So that is what this idea is. It's a skill that you can learn and practice, ability. I hope you remember the examples. I have seen organizational where training with building emotional resilience. Okay. Yes, Cynthia, there are organizations. Do you work in an organization where they do this? Have you attended any workshops? Are you HR person? I'll like to know what exactly do they do, because I do EI trainings for police officers. So little curious to know what they do in corporates. Okay, next one. Next one. Let's talk about the next one. There's a mixed model. There's a mixed model. Mixed model is this. It's an ability, but everybody uses the ability differently on the basis of the personality. Listen to this. It's an ability. Everybody uses it differently. For example, everybody learns maths, but everybody learns and uses maths differently. Some people are good, they use it better. Got it? Personality. So that's why if you notice something, I can teach you EI skills, but it depends on your personality, how you use it. For example, an extroverted person will use EI differently. An introverted person will use emotional intelligence differently. So that's why it says skill plus personality. Everybody can learn, but they all use it differently. For example, Cynthia, I can teach everybody to be resilient, but everybody will use it differently. I can teach everybody to manage anger, but everybody will use it differently. That's why mixed model. Got it? Copy that. Oh, nice. Cynthia, I think I'll talk to you later about this. Right now, let's focus on the class. We'll talk about that later, Cynthia. Thanks, Cynthia. All right. May I proceed? Let's look at the models now. Let's look at the models. Done. Right. Okay. First model. That's a question. You don't need to copy the question. This was in 2019, last year. Last year. Ability model. So this has been asked ability model. I hope how the question comes. They will not give you the exact model. They'll give you the word ability. So you should be able to understand. I hope you're understanding. They will not give you what do you understand by ability model. They'll never give you that kind of question. This is UPSC exam. They will give you this clue, ability. You have to apply ability model. So the questions will be like this. Okay, next one. This is ability model. Salve and Mayer said 4 abilities. How many abilities? 4 abilities. First one, identifying your own emotions. Look at this, ability to identify the impact of one's own emotion on oneself. In other words, knowing how you behave when you're happy. Knowing, Achha, have you noticed something? When you're bored, what's your body language? When you get bored? When you're bored, your body language is like, some of you, those guys are not there. You all. I've seen you all a lot of times. Don't take it personally. Some of you, when you get bored, you sit like this. You'll hold your hand like this and keep staring at the mobile. Your body. So identifying your own emotions. Achha, have you noticed something? When you're happy, sometimes you get very happy or excited. And you speak when you're happy and excited. Your hands are everywhere. Why? Because you're happy. So it's about knowing the impact. Look, that's what it says. You should know. 1. Second, using emotions. Use emotions to improve relationship. Use emotions to make decisions. Using emotions. Third one, understanding others' emotions. Understanding others' emotions. When somebody else is talking to you, when somebody else is saying something, understanding their emotions. And the last one, managing negative emotions. You cannot run away from negative emotions, learn to manage them. You cannot run away from anger, jealousy, learn to manage it. I repeat, learn to manage it. Copy this. 4 dimensions, 4 abilities. This is the very important one, managing emotions. All right, can I go to the next one? Done. Guys, can I go to the next one? If I've copied this. This is ability. This is ability. And all are skills that you can use. I repeat, all are skills that you can use. Identifying emotions, using it, understanding it, and lastly, managing it. 4. He gave 4. Now, the next one. Something new. Something new. May I proceed? Chandramohan, can I go to the next one? Jyoti, can I go to the next one? Right, okay. Mixed model of Baron. Mixed model. I'm going to talk about two mixed models. Achha, in exam, you can mix and match all. I repeat, in exam, you can mix and match all. It's not necessary that you have to pick only one model explain. You can pick up all the parameters. Now, you can pick any one of this. You can pick some from this also. Okay, Baron is a wonderful scholar. Baron gave wonderful ideas. First one, he said is like, he was very specific. He was very specific. It's very specific. For example, when you say identifying emotions, it's a very vague term, identifying emotions. Now, Baron gave this wonderful idea, emotional self-awareness. Being self-aware. I'll give you an example of it. Emotional self-awareness. You know, all of you have this very wonderful habit of giving feedback to others. You always give a feedback. You always judge others, give a feedback. Oh, if I ask you to give me a feedback, you'll give me a feedback. In a scale, if I ask you to rate me in a scale of 1 to 10, you do that rating. Some will give 6, some will give 5, some will give 7, some will give 3 also. You rate. You rate. I have a different perspective. Can you rate yourself? Can you give a rating to yourself in a scale of 1 to 10? As a friend. In a scale of 1 to 10, can you rate yourself as a friend? In a scale of 1 to 10, can you rate yourself in terms of emotional intelligence? Can you? No. That's the sad part. That is what Baron is saying. We are very good at rating others. We are very aware of others. How about being aware of your own emotional strengths? That is what is self-awareness. That's what is self-awareness. Next time onwards, just a small request. Next time onwards, when you write about anybody on Quora or on Facebook or on Twitter, or whenever you rate somebody, please think, are you the right person to rate? Because you have to start rating yourself first. Emotional self-awareness. Knowing your emotional strength, knowing your emotional weaknesses. Listen to me, it's about knowing your emotional strength and knowing your emotional weaknesses. Got it? First one, that's intrapersonal, your own self. Second one, interpersonal, relationships. Relationships. This I already told you. This you know that, maintaining relationships. Copy this, then I go to the next one. How many have joined? 38. Okay. Okay, right. Next one. Next one. Have you noticed something? Have you noticed something? You have different emotional relations with your dad and mom. Your emotional relationship with dad is different. Your emotional relationship with your mom is different. Why so? They are your biological parents, right? So why is different? You have different emotional relationship, all your friends. With some friends, the emotional relationship is very strong. With some, it's not there. Why? And you know what is interesting is with every friend, you make different emotional adjustment. For example, every class, I make a different emotional adjustment. Like there's a weekend batch, my emotional equation is very different with all of you. With the morning batch, it's very different. With the afternoon batch, it's very different. So with every batch, I have a different emotional equation. That is what is known as adaptability. You know, marriage is all about not living together. It's about making that emotional adjustments. Friendship is all about making that emotional adjustments. You have to make these emotional adjustments. And that is what is the next one, adaptability, emotional adjustments. You should be able to make those emotional adjustments. Flexibility, emotionally agile, emotionally flexible. Every job will require that, by the way. And. Now comes my favorite question to all of you. And I'll start this question with Cynthia. Okay. Cynthia, shall I go ahead with the question? Right. Okay, Cynthia. And after Cynthia, I'll come to Helen, and after that, I'll come to Chandra Mohan. I'll do the round. Then Ramesh, everybody. Okay. Chandra Mohan is already tense what the question is going to be. More than Cynthia, Chandra Mohan is stressed. Okay, talk about stress. That question is that only. Are you guys stressed? Cynthia, are you stressed? I'm just asking, do you get stressed? Do you guys get stressed? Yes? Okay. Helen, do you get stressed? Yes. Chandramohan, do you get stressed? Chandramohan, that's a lie, right? Okay. Vamsi, do you get stressed? Yes. Achha, anybody here who's married? I know Ramesh is married. Anybody here who's married? In the grid? Cynthia, you're married? Cynthia, nobody is married, right? Okay. Then what is the stress? What is the stress? Okay. You know, it's so funny. It's really funny that you guys talk about stress. You're all sitting at home. That stress, think about my position. I have to stand for 5 hours and take a class. That with nobody in front of me. How stressed I am. Okay, leave me aside. You're all sitting at home. Since you're at home, do this. Do this activity. Just observe your father. Just observe your father for a day. When I say observe, don't go behind him, chasing him. Just observe your father. You will notice that your dad takes care of his office affairs. He manages his office. He manages his own friends also, that relationship also. He manages all the relatives. He manages all the relatives. He'll go for weddings, he'll go for everything. He'll manage the local affairs also, local residential colony affairs also. He manages home also. Can you imagine how stressed your dad is? But he never talks about stress. Okay, leave your dad aside. Leave your dad aside. Just look at your mom. Just look at your mom. Almost for last 25 years, every day she stands for 3 hours and she cooks 3 meals. Every day. Standing and cooking for 3 hours. 3 different meals every day, 25 years, no break. No Saturday, no Sunday for her. Can you imagine how stressed the lady might be? Leave out cooking. She takes care of the home also. She has to organize the home also. She has to organize everybody's life at home. But she never talks about stress. You guys have to sit and study. This is stress. Just imagine if this is stress, just imagine a collector. The moment you become a collector, your chief minister will be pulling you, your chief secretary will be pulling you, local MP will be sitting on your head, the MLA will be sitting on your head, your local SP will be sitting on your head. How will you manage that? Stress. Learn to tolerate stress. If you want to be successful in life, you cannot run away from stress. You have to learn to tolerate stress, absorb stress, absorb stress. Oh, Cynthia, okay. Stress management. Cynthia, when you're filling up form on advice, when you fill up your prelims form, there's a column on marital status. Fill it up carefully. Because what you fill now will impact your entire career. So fill it up carefully. Because a lot of people make that mistake and later it becomes an issue. So do it carefully. And the last one is general mood. Generally, what kind of person are you? Generally, are you a happy person? Or generally, you are a pessimistic person. You only see glass half empty, not glass full, half full. How do you see? Optimism. This is mixed model of Baron. Impulse control, I'm coming to that. Impulse control means not reacting to situations. It's about keeping things under control, not reacting to situations. I'll talk about impulse control later. Hi, good afternoon. Asha, nice to see you. Asha, good afternoon. Asha, there's a lady who has joined us a little late and the camera is on. Who's this? Yep, yes, who's this? What's her name? You text me your name. Right. Goldman's model, Goldman's mixed model, Goldman's mixed model. Self-awareness. This already explained self-awareness. Ability to understand, read one's emotions, self-awareness. Everybody talks about self-awareness. Everybody. All the three have spoken about self-awareness. One called identifying emotions, one called intrapersonal. All of them talk about self-awareness. Second one, self-management. This is the most interesting part. Banu, good afternoon. Banu, nice to see you. This is the first time seeing you, Banu. Okay. Now, I said, can you manage time? Big question. $1 million question. Can you manage time? Acha, I have a different option for you. Can you manage time or can you manage self? What is possible to manage? You can manage yourself or you can manage time. What is possible to manage? You can manage self, second one. See, time is running. It's going on. You cannot change that. You can only manage yourself. I've seen students, they wake up late and they come for the class 15 minutes late. And you ask them, why are you late? Sir, metro got punctured. So, they will never say that they got up late. They'll blame it on metro. And look at the excuse, metro got punctured. Because they're thinking, see, let me add something. Your problem is not time, your problem is you. You procrastinate. That's why you cannot manage time. You delay things. The problem is us. That's why it says self-manage, ability to manage oneself. Learn to manage your own self. That's the key to success, not time. Time is one element of managing self. If you can manage your own self, time management will be automatically happening. And the next one, social awareness. It's about responding to others. It's interpersonal relations. I repeat, interpersonal relations. Manage self with time. So yes, Ramesh, it's all about managing oneself. You know, I've seen in defense trainings, in defense officers trainings, NDA and Indian Military Academy and all these defense trainings, they teach them to manage their own life, their self. It's about self-management. And the last one is relationship management. How do you manage your relationships? How do you manage your relationships? Your relationships are very, how do you manage it? Okay. You know, relationship will have conflicts. I'm coming to the most important part. Relationship will have conflicts. Conflicts. Arguments. How do you manage those conflicts? That is what a relationship management is all about. You know, an argument can spoil a relationship. At the same time, arguments can improve a relationship also. Have you seen something? You argue with a friend, two things happen. One, after that argument, your relationship with a friend becomes more understanding. Or the relationship gets spoiled. That's what relationship management is all about. How do you manage your relationship? How do you manage your conflicts? What do you do? What is your conflict management style? That's a question UPSC may have. How do you manage a conflict? Should I give you some advice? How to manage conflict? Or you can write on your, how do you manage your conflict with friends? By cooperation and mutual understanding, we manage. Perfect. Perfect. Yes. Mutual understanding. How do you manage conflict? Vamsi plays hockey. Hockey is a team game, right? In a hockey game, people have different opinions. So how do you manage it? Different strategies. Suppose if you have one goal down, suddenly the team has a meeting and say, oh, we'll do this, we'll do that. Somebody will say, no, we'll do that. So how do you manage it? Adjustment is better than argument. Okay, true. Discussing openly. Oh, yes. Discussing openly. Ramesh says discussing openly. Okay, I'll give you some advice here. It's not there in the slide. Listen to me. It's not there in the slide. I want to listen to me. Team spirit, talk to him, mutual understanding, trust, adjust, fine. Okay. First, you know the problem with Indians, us. Indians are very bad when it comes to conflict management. Trust me, we are very bad. Right from bureaucracy to corporates to politics, it's bad. You're very bad. Politicians are good. I'll give you some example a little later. Politicians example. You know, in India, politicians are best conflict managers. But we are not. I'll give an example for it. Because in India, we will not argue over the issue. We will not fight over the issue. We fight the person. And the moment you fight the person, the conflict becomes personal, not issue-based. For example, how many times you have argued with a friend over a movie? You will say it's not a very nice movie. It starts. Your friend says, no, it's a good movie. You'll say, no, the hero was bad, the direction was bad. Then your friend says, no, the direction was good. Then you drop a bomb by saying, you always have this horrible choice. That's it. Then he'll say, oh, your choice is much better. Conflict, instead of becoming movie, it becomes you and him. It's the same thing that happens at home also. Dad does that to you. You know, dad does that to you. You fail in one exam. You fail in one semester paper. In the dining table. The issue is your exam. Look at the conversation. Your dad will say, what happened? Dad, I flunked in this course. Fine. Don't worry, Dad, I'll improve it next time. You have to study to improve. It's okay. Obviously, that's about the issue. You study, you improve. Then he'll say, when was the last time you opened the books? He said, Dad, I've been studying. I have never seen you study. I only see you with hockey sticks. Vamsi. Now the issue is not the books. Now the issue has become hockey sticks. Then he'll say, by playing, no life is possible. Then he'll say, you're the biggest burden on me. I don't know why I taught you engineering. Things have become personal. You started at exam failure. Things have become personal, fit for nothing. Typical of Indian parents. Typical. So what happens? We learn that. So that's why we don't fight the issue, we fight the person. So don't do that. Don't do that. Then the issue never gets resolved. Why? Because you're fighting the person constantly, not discussing the issue. Like in India, Pakistan, also the same story that's happening. When India-Pakistan border talks happen, we don't talk about the border, we talk about the person part. Pakistani, Indian. It becomes personal. One. Second, always communicate. When I say communicate, listen, don't talk. You listen the other's perspective so that you can find a solution. The problem with us is we don't like to listen. We like to give solutions. Are listen. Always listen to the other person first. Then you talk. The other person feels appreciated, fine, somebody's listening, and then the solution is possible. If you don't listen, if you don't communicate, the solution is not possible. You know, communicating is not talking. Communicating is also about listening. You listen. You listen first. Then the things can be sorted out. Second is that. Third, always you should know that if you are wrong, if you're on the wrong side, accept your mistake. The communication, the conflict is sorted out. Every time you cannot be right all the time. If you are on the wrong side, accept your mistake. The issue is sorted out. That's how you resolve that's how you resolve conflict. That's how you resolve. Simple. Address the issue, listen, communicate, and if you're on the wrong side, accept it. It gets sorted out. And most of the conflict is on small issues. I repeat, very small issues. Next time, notice this, you fight with friends over very small things, extremely small things. So, relationship management, right? Okay, I hope you got it. We have done this, I've explained it, not needed. This is most important. EI in governance. Last topic. Emotional intelligence in governance. Once I'm done with that, we go to the next topic after this. Public service values. One topic is left, public service values. EI in governance. That's a question UPSC had, 2017. How will you apply emotional intelligence in administrative practice? How will you apply that? That's a question UPSC had. How will you apply that? There is a sound interference. Yes, that is what even I am wondering. I've kept it outside, then also it's happening. Wire? I'm keeping it out like this. Anyway, let's see. I hope it's better now. Okay. Jyoti, I hope it gets better because it's like this. Okay. EI in governance. Okay, I'll show you two pictures here. Watch this. What do you think is happening in the picture? Any guesses? What do you think is happening in the picture? Chandramohan, where are you? I can't see you in the camera. Chandramohan switched off. I think he's gone for his evening coffee and bhaji, I guess. What is happening? Okay. Official public meeting, filing nomination. Okay. Once he says, okay, political fight. Oh, wow. Political fight. Quarreling with an officer. Okay. Vinisha says quarreling with an officer. Okay, that's all. All right. Argument. Right. Wait. It's not exactly an argument happening. It's not exactly a fight happening. What you see is a live footage of a collector's office. It's a collector's office. It's from a camera. That's a collector's office. It's taken from a security camera. And what you see is a scene. These are all farmers. And these are farmers' representatives. And this is the collector, and these are his collectorate staff. Sub-collector, all of them are here. Now, these farmers are not demanding or arguing. They're requesting. The body language looks aggressive. Why? Because it's about the livelihood. The farmers are requesting about loan repayment. They are wanting the administration to postpone the loan repayment, not waiver. These farmers have taken loan from the cooperative bank, district cooperative bank, and listen now, and because of constant monsoon failure, the crops had failed. So that's why they didn't have money to repay the loans. So what they are saying is, you give us a new adjustment, we will repay the loan a little later, because we don't have the money now. So they're not asking for a loan waiver, they're asking for loan repayment. Now, the collector has two options. One, listen to them sensitively and accept the request. One. Second, call the police, throw everybody out, follow procedures, and start the loan collection procedure, loan collection process. What should be the two options? There are two options. Which one? Be sensitive, listen, understand, or follow procedures, start the loan proceedings, and have these people thrown out. Call the police. Police can do it. These guys can do it. Which is the best option? First or the second? Okay, one. Be sensitive. One. Okay, great. This is what is emotions in governance. This is what is sensitive governance. This is what is good governance. It's about being sensitive. This is what is ground level governance is. Not minister level governance, ground level. Ground level, this is what happens. And why sensitive? Because it deals with people's livelihood. It's a livelihood. They're struggling for their life. Sensitive. Now that is what is EI in governance. That's how you practice emotions in governance. Right. The next one. I'll show you one more picture. What do you think is happening here? You see a bunch of women standing. What do you think? Happy occasion, sad occasion? What do you gauge? What do you judge? What do you judge here? Vinisha says, maybe sad. Let me see how well you understand pictures. Maybe sad, okay. Vamsi, what do you see here? Vaccination program. Oh, wow. Who's this? Somebody new has come in. Akash, good evening. Akash says vaccination program. Okay. Some tense situation. Okay. Seems like a sad occasion. Okay, Asha. Baby delivery. Okay. Great. Sad occasion. Chalo. Baby delivery. Okay. I'll give you a background to this. This is a small tribal village. Not exactly tribal village. There's a small village in Burdwan district, West Bengal. Burdwan district in West Bengal. And you can see it's not a very prosperous village, very average, below poverty line kind of village. One afternoon, a 14-year-old girl comes back from school. And after coming back from school, she goes to the field to help the father. Father was working in the fields. You know, it's very normal in villages for the girls to go to the field to help father after school. So she went there to help the father. It's a playtime also. They work with the father. And she was there with the father for some time. As the sun started to set, the father said, you go home, sun is setting, you go home and help your mother in cooking. You go home. I'll come a little later. I have some other work, I'll come a little later. You know, it's a village. It's a small village. And there's no issue of safety. So the girl was happily going and she was running, she was playfully, she was going back home. And she was going back home, some village boys from the same village, juveniles, below 18 juveniles, they were there. They were drunk on toddy. They were drinking toddy. You know what toddy is? Toddy. You know what toddy is? T-O-D-D-Y. It's a palm thing. It's made of palm juice. It's a kind of an intoxicant. Toddy. So they're drinking toddy there. And those guys were drunk, high. They called the girl. Girl trusting went because she had seen these boys in the village. So she trusting them, she went. And these guys, because they were drunk, these guys gagged her and dragged her into the bushes, brutalized her, raped her. There were 5 of them, they raped her. And they were all drunk. After raping her, they killed her. They strangled her. Because she'll go and report. So they killed her. After killing her, these guys realized that what to do with the body. If the villagers get to know, they'll be lynched. You know, in villages, it's instant justice. They'll not wait for the police. It's instant justice. Angry villagers are dangerous. And it's an issue of 14-year-old girl. So what these guys did, look at this, they were all drunk. What these guys did, they stripped her body completely of clothes and carried the body outside the village boundary and dumped the naked body there. But before dumping the body there, because people will recognize the girl, so they took a big stone and crushed her face completely. So that she's not recognized. And they all went. Meanwhile, the father went back home. And after going back home, the father asked the wife, where is he? Where is she? The mother said, she was with you. The father said, no, I sent her back. She said, probably she must have gone to neighbor's house. You know, kids in villages are like that. They will go to neighbor's house just to play. So she said that she would have gone to neighbor's house. So father went to the neighbor's house to see who's there, she's there or not. She was not the neighbor's house also. Now, he looked in a couple of neighbors' house and the girl was not there. You know, in villages, the villagers join together quickly. Suddenly, everybody in the neighbor's house realized the girl is missing. And all the villagers came. You know, that's the best part of villages. When something like this happens, everybody comes together. And the village started looking around. They started looking around the fields, they started looking around here and there, all of the places. Finally, one villager found the body. He could not recognize the body. He just noticed the body is there. A girl's body. But he could not recognize anything. Why? Because it was all crushed. So they all rushed. The mother recognized the body. The mother said, oh, this is my daughter's body. Clothes are missing, but she could identify. They got the body from there and kept the body in the house. That's the house. That's a hut. And meanwhile, when police got to know about the incident, police came to do the inquiry. All in uniform, inspectors and the constables, uniform. They were doing the duty. And the moment they came, the first thing that happened was spontaneously, the women of the village stood around the house like this, circled the house. They didn't allow the police to go in. They were super sensitive. Tragedy. All the men were desperately looking in the village. Who are these boys who could do it? Because, you know, small village, something like this happens, everybody panicked, shocked, anger. So it's such an emotional situation. Now, police inspector there noticing that things are emotionally high. He had two options. One, enforce procedure, forcefully tell these women to move apart and do the investigation. One option. Second option, which he took. He just told these guys, told his constables not to do anything. Let's go back. He just left the investigation. He just went back. Next day morning, he came in civilian clothes. Alone, the inspector. He left the bicycle at a distance, walked to the house as a mourner. Not as a police inspector, as a mourner. He sat with the father, he sat with the men there, condoled, cried. Then slowly people started telling him. That's how he did the investigation. Super sensitive. That's what is emotional intelligence. I hope you understood. The boys were caught. The boys were caught. Only thing is the investigation got delayed, but the boys were caught. Had he charged in, the investigation would not have happened. The villagers wouldn't have allowed it. Because it's an emotionally charged situation. Now, that is what we call EI in governance. I've given you two good examples of it. Be sensitive. I repeat, be sensitive. So that's what emotional intelligence governance is all about. Okay, so that's how it goes. Sir, maybe water issue. No. I hope you got Harini, good afternoon. Asha, I can see you. Asha, nice to have you. Nice to have you, Asha. All right. Okay. Look at this. What it says is cognitive skills, all your knowledge of procedures, all your knowledge of laws, all your administrative knowledge is useless without emotional skills. It has to be paired. It has to be used along with emotional skills. Your cognitive, your knowledge, your administrative knowledge has to be used with emotional skills. In governance, ground level governance. One. Now, second, emotional, sense other people's emotions, act accordingly. I gave you two examples. In both the situations were the same situation. You sense and act accordingly. All right. Done. Can I go to the next one? We finish this topic, then we take a break, then we are into the last leg of this. Done? Vamsi, Bhanu, have you finished? Right. Okay. Now, all of you are sitting in front of me physically in class. Are you emotionally involved in the class? I'm asking a question, stop smiling, tell me yes or no. Just a simple question. You're all there in front of me physically, watching me. But are you emotionally invested in the class? Listen to my phrase, emotionally there. If you look at your mom, when she cooks, she's emotionally in that act of cooking. That's why the food is nice. So that is what is emotional labor is all about. It's about being emotionally invested. It's about emotionally involved in doing something. Not physically. Not physically. Right now I'm emotionally involved in class with all of you. I have an empty classroom in front of me. Nobody here. But I have all of you there. I can't see a lot of you. There are only 8 people I can see. I can't see a lot of you. But still I'm emotionally invested in all of you. I could have done this differently. I could have been only, have you seen school teachers? They're never emotionally invested. They'll only be physically invested. They happily stand and, okay, let's talk about emotional intelligence. Students are happily physically sleeping because they are physically there in the class. Teachers are happily physically teaching. Why? Because there's no emotion. That's why students all happily sleep. Emotional. So emotional labor is that it's this effort within. You have to be emotionally involved in what you are doing. Emotionally involved. Not physically. The emotions also have to be there. When you play a game, you have to be emotionally involved in that game. Copy it. Emotional labor. Vinisha, high level is a little different because high level, they don't get into directly with contact with people. High level gets into policy making and all that. So high level is more policy. So it's a little different at high level. That's why bureaucracy has different levels. I'm sure in medical school also the same thing. Junior doctors do all the rounds. Senior doctors only come for surgery. Right. Okay. Do you guys go to gym? Do you guys exercise? Do you guys go to gym? I'm sure you'll know people who go to gym. I'm sure in your neighborhood there are gyms. In your neighborhood you'll see people going to gym regularly. I'm sure you must be seeing them. Of course you do. Now you should next time ask them this question. You go to gym, work out, do everything for your physical fitness. What do you do for emotional fitness? You are physically healthy. Are you emotionally fit? I am physically very, very fit. Are you emotionally healthy? Are you emotionally stable? Are you emotionally fit? So, this is about emotional fitness. Are you emotionally fit to be a police officer? You are emotionally unstable, you become an IPS officer with a gun in hand. Dangerous. Seriously dangerous. I am prone to anger, I am an officer, I am danger to the office itself. What I am saying is, it's about the emotional fitness. As it says, emotional intelligence applies to emotional labor, emotional fitness. Just like physical fitness applies to physical labor. It's about being emotionally fit. It's about being emotionally there. Okay. Copy this. Once you finish, let me know. Okay, done. Who's this? Great, thank you. Helen, thank you. Right. Next one. I'm going to talk about two competencies. Can I proceed to the next one? EI competencies for public service. There are lots of competencies. Empathy, compassion, all that, managing. But I'll focus on two important ones, which can have an individual question also. EI competencies. The first competency I'm going to talk about is this: self-confidence. To be officer, you require a huge amount of self-confidence. And self-confidence says, look at the first one, belief in own capability to accomplish. Accomplish what? Accomplish goals or accomplish tasks? I've left it empty here. I've left it incomplete. What is self-confidence? Confidence to accomplish tasks or the goals? Tasks, goals. What? First is tasks, second is goals. Which one? First or second? Jyoti says first. Okay, first. Done. Okay, Cynthia says goals. Okay, second. Manu also says goals. Helen also changed now. Helen also says goals. Okay, that's a problem. That's a problem. Everybody looks at goals. But to achieve the goal, you have to do the task first. All of you looking at, oh, I am becoming an IAS. Who's going to do the daily study? Task. Accomplishing task leads you to goals. Goals are your target, but to reach the target, you have to accomplish your tasks daily. That is what is self-confidence, doing your tasks daily. Confidence to finish your everyday tasks. Accomplishing tasks, which leads to goal. We all are goal focused, fine, but to achieve that goal, you have to finish your tasks. And the next one is this: confidence in challenging situations. You will have challenges in life. Learn to face it. After 5 minutes, order for coffee. Sorry? Ordered. And achieving without being boastful, without being arrogant. Once you achieve also, don't be arrogant about it. Abdul Kalam Sahab was an extremely task-oriented person. He used to finish his daily job. That's how we could do so much. You have to focus. See, goal is good. Having a goal is great. But to achieve that goal, you have to do your daily tasks. Without it, you'll never achieve your goal. And the next one, willingness to take up additional responsibilities. You know, I really admire a lot of you here in the weekend batch. Why? Because you're already working and this is an additional thing you're doing. So that shows a little bit of self-confidence. Additional responsibilities. Arun Jaitley Sahab as a minister had two ministries he was handling, finance and defense, big ministers, big ministries. Additional responsibility. And last, biggest self-confidence is saying no. If you cannot do it, learn to say no. It requires a lot of courage. Take your attempts. If you cannot qualify this in 2 attempts, learn to give it up. Fine, this doesn't work for me. You cannot keep spending your life on this. Just because UPSC gives you 6 attempts doesn't mean you spend your life on 6 attempts. Learn to say no, learn to stop. That's also important. Proactiveness, yes. All right. Next, one more after this. May I proceed? One more. One more competency, then we are done with EI. Self-awareness and self-control. Look at the word, self-awareness and self-control. Only if you're aware, you'll be able to control. Awareness. Only if you know what makes you angry, you can control it. Awareness is equal to control. That's why awareness, control will go hand in hand. They'll ask this together. Only if you're aware, you're able to control. If you're not aware, you'll not be able to control. Identifying one's own emotional triggers. Controlling one's own emotional responses. You know the triggers. What makes you angry, you can control the response. And next one, emotional restraint when provoked. When somebody provokes you, controlling yourself. Somebody provokes you. You know your friends provoke you at times. How do you handle it? People provoke you. How do you handle it? Friends are the best provocators. You know, friends in college will keep telling you, she's looking at you. Bhai, tere ko dekh rahi hai. Look at her, look at her. They'll keep provoking you. And you, like a fool, go and propose and get slapped big time. Don't do that. Don't get provoked. Provoked. So, handling provocations. Some toppers cleared UPSC in 4th attempt. Some, not everybody. Mageshwar, that should not be your inspiration. They were lucky enough to do that. I can give you cases where people qualified after 7 attempts. I can give you such cases also. That does not mean you spend your life doing it. Suppose if you don't make it after 6 years, then what? Anyway, that's your call. Mageshwar, that's your call. This is my personal belief. That's your call. You take 4 attempts or 5 attempts or 7 attempts. It's up to you. Can I go to the next one? Trying with job is good or bad? It is good. It is good. It's all about managing yourself. It's all about managing yourself. You know, I think I told you this about one of my former students. He was working with Honda Motors. I think I told you that Honda Motors one? No? Because just Ramesh's question I'm answering. This was a former student of mine. He was working with Honda Motors. And he was an MBA. And he was country head of Eastern Europe. He was the country head of Eastern Europe. Did I tell you this? I think I told you this. No? Did I or not? No, okay. No, fair enough. Now, he was a country head in Eastern Europe. And doing very well. Can you imagine country head of Eastern Europe running the entire operations in Eastern Europe, country head? After 3 years, he suddenly realized he should take UPSC as an exam. After 3 years, suddenly. He is living in Eastern Europe. Hey, he was based out of Brussels, I guess. And he was living there. He started preparing there only. When he was, look at this, he didn't leave his job or anything. He was the country head, he was preparing. He came to India thrice to take prelims, to take his mains and to give his interview. He qualified. He got 300 some rank. He didn't take the service because he only wanted foreign service. But he qualified. And why he could qualify was he could balance his work and preparations very well. He took 2 years of preparation. He prepared for 2 years. But that's what the trick is. The trick is not, see, all of you are working, so that's why I'm giving you this advice. Plan your studies. Plan your tasks. When I say plan your studies, it's about planning your task. In a week, this much I will cover. Plan it. Take your time. You'll do well. It's not that it's not doable. It's a very simple exam. Only thing is like we make big shit out of it. Plan well, you'll qualify it. Okay. Let's go to the next one. We can leave this. Self-awareness further. Being aware of one's own feelings, strengths and weakness. Knowing your own strengths and weakness. Self-awareness. And the last one. How your feelings impact your performance. Look at this. Connection between your own feelings and performance. How your feelings impact your studies. How your happiness impacts your studies. Your feelings, know that. You know, a lot of you have mood swings. A lot of you have mood swings. If you can know your mood swings, you can plan your study better. Trust me, it works. Trust me, it works. Mood swings. Some of you get up early morning in a very grumpy mood. Oh, for you people, evening is the best time to study because mornings are not suitable for you. So you should know your mood swings. Trust me, these are small things that matters a lot. You should know that. And the last one. Temptation to act impulse. Don't react. Respond to a situation. Don't react. Respond. Think and respond. Lastly, this one. Keep calm. I'm sure you must have seen those posters. Keep calm. Keep calm, you'll qualify. Keep calm, you'll get married. Keep calm, somebody will love you. Keep calm. That is self-awareness. All right, can we stop for a break? And after this, I'll start with public service values. Last topic. Should we take a break? We'll take a break and come back. Keep calm. I'll come back. Public service values. That's the next topic for you guys. This will be interesting. So that's next one. So what I'm saying you? Role of emotions, first slide. Yes, I'll do that. Have you guys finished copying? Helen, done? Okay. Jyoti, that's for you. Jyoti, that's the slide, right? 4:30, 5 o'clock, half an hour break. 5 o'clock. Okay, guys, I'll see you at 5 then. Great. Arvind, battery bank. Good evening. Who's this? Yes, hi. Good evening, Dr. Vamsi. Hi. Good evening, Bhanu. Right. So we are all back. Okay, I have a news for all of you. And the news is the happy news is I'm not taking extra class. Happy news. Okay. Am I lying or am I speaking the truth? Some of the thinking. Is it a prank or is it actually... All right. Yeah. Relax. That's what I want to announce. Acha, what suits you guys? Friday evening suits you all? Friday evening 6 to 8:30? An extra class? Friday evening? Done. So I'll take, that will be the last class. Friday evening 6 to 8:30. Okay, right. That's the reason it took some time because of planning those schedules. So that's the reason I took that extra 15 minutes because I want to work that out because I'll not be able to finish the course today. Right, so let's do that. So let's start with this part. Done. Okay. Ramesh, I hope it works for you. Doctor, I hope it works for you. Because I don't want to rush. I could have finished it today also, but that would have been a rush. I would have just rushed things. And I don't like to rush. Are you in a hurry? No, right? So I can take one extra class also. So not in a hurry, right? Okay. Public service value. It's a new topic. Great. Ramesh, nice. Public service values. If you look at this, there are two topics here. There are two topics here. One is public service values, one part. Second part is ethical concerns and dilemmas. What are the ethical concerns we have in public services? And what are the ethical dilemmas we have in public service? This is connected to case study. I repeat, this is connected to case study. So I'm building up for the case study also. It's connected to both. Right, so let's start with this. Public values and ethical concerns. A lot of this is already covered in your duty approach to ethics and in character approach to ethics. You remember the word benevolence? I taught you benevolence. I taught you caring. I taught you honor. All that is already part of public service values. I taught you character approach to ethics where I spoke about humility and all that. That's again part of public service values. So this is kind of an overlap, but so that's why I'll do the important ones only. Now UPSC has a habit, from this section they have focused a lot on this only. They have focused a lot on this word, conflict of interest. That's the focus of this whole area. Every year, 2015 conflict of interest, 2017 conflict of interest, 2018 conflict of interest. So the constantly been asking only about conflict of interest. Constantly. So going forward in the next couple of years, this year, 21, 22, I don't think they'll have a question on conflict of interest. They'll focus on other areas. So that's what you need to be prepared about. What are the other areas they can ask you questions on? Now the first area that talk about is, let's understand public service values first. What do you mean by public service values? Do you guys copy from Google? Come on, don't tell me you guys don't copy Google. You guys use Google or not? I say, what do? You copy or you get inspired by Google? There are two different things. You copy from Google or you're inspired by Google? Inspired, right? First one, inspired. That's a nice word for cheating. I say UPSC is also inspired. Now this whole topic called public service values, this is taken from this man's book, Richard C. Box. He's a scholar. They've taken the entire topic from this book. You don't have to read the book. Some of you will do that. Don't do that. You will not understand it also. But I'm going to use this book. Already used this book earlier to explain duty approach to ethics. Already used the book. But this is one thing they'll be focusing on, public service values. Now, first one. Now, let's start with this. It all starts with public service bill. I'm sure none of you would have heard that bill, public service bill. Now, what do you think are the values a public servant should have? Quickly, what do you think are the values a public servant should have? Public service values. What do you think should be the values? Let me see your answers. Ramesh and rest of you, let me see. Accountable, okay. In case of cheating from Google, it's a chance that yes, we can get caught. Okay, optimistic, courage, great. Saundarya, thank you. Saundarya says courage. Transparent, benevolent, caring people. Okay, mercy. What else? Empathetic, responsible. All right. Great. You will never be able to guess. All of you are right. All of you are right. All of you are correct. All of you are correct. Absolutely correct. Being human, caring, all of you, it absolutely makes sense. Absolutely makes sense. But you all missed one basic foundational value. One basic value. One basic value. And that value is patriotism. Do you love your country? I'm not saying do you love your nation. I'm saying do you love your country? Unconditionally. Unconditionally. That's what patriotism is all about. The first and the most important value a public servant should have is to love the country, to love his own country. Patriotism. Somehow people miss this always. I don't know why. First one. Second, after this comes citizen. Loyal to Constitution, allegiance to Constitution, loyalty to Constitution. Loyalty to the Constitution. Third, this is according to the bill. You know, what is interesting is this bill still comes up for discussion once in a while. And this was the first ever bill to talk about these values. And now after that comes objectivity, impartiality, procedural fairness, diligence, all that comes later. But the first value they have focused is on patriotism. First one is patriotism. Copy that. Honesty, optimism, sensitivity, accountability. Absolutely right, Ramesh. Absolutely right. But I wish you had used the word patriotism first. Is there any criteria for patriotism? Yeah, we'll talk about that, boss. Ramesh, we had a question on patriotism. Patriotism, we had a question on that. How many are there? Arvind? 43, okay. Some improvement. All right. All right. Follow this. That's the question UPSC had. Look at the question. In the context of defense services, patriotism demands readiness even to lay down one's life in protecting the nation. According to you, what does patriotism imply in everyday civil life? Explain with illustrations and justify your answer. For a defense officer, for an army officer, or a naval officer, sacrificing life is patriotism, dying for the nation. For an ordinary civilian like us, for an ordinary citizen like us, what does patriotism mean? What does patriotism imply in everyday life? Explain with illustration. How can you be patriotic? How can you show that you love this country? You know, patriotism word means loving your country. So how can you show that you love this country? Don't tell me by doing fundamental duties, that's crap. Don't tell me paying taxes, no. How can you contribute to this country as a citizen? Have you ever contributed as a citizen? That's the question UPSC had, and none of them were able to write an answer. Everybody says, dying for the country. No, I don't want to die for the country. Dying is easy. I want you to live for this country. I want you to contribute for this country. That's patriotism. Let's understand what exactly patriotism is all about. First one, it's feeling of loving your own country. Look at this, feeling of loving your country more than others and being proud of it. Are you proud to be an Indian? I have this, I mean, I really love this question. Are you proud to be an Indian? Yes, seriously? Great, great, good, 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 good. Everybody blindly say, ah, you're right. Why? What are the things that make you proud? Why? What? You love your country, fine. You're proud of your country. What are you proud about? What does your country have that you should be proud about? You know, patriotism is about unconditionally loving your country, unconditionally. So what are you proud about your country that you are unconditionally loving your country? Let me see. Our people, culture, ethnicity, public service bill slide, please. Oh, I'm asking something and somebody has gone somewhere else. Yes. Okay, Ramesh is typing. Let me see. Respecting the nation, never let the nation down at any cost, sir. Yes, right? Okay. Diverse, universe, unity in diversity, our people, giving the respectful life and an identity. All right. Vamsi is typing. Seriously, some of them. Dr. Vinisha is missing. Dr. Vinisha, yes, ma'am, where are you? Vinisha, anything for me? Anything for me? Culture, tradition, brotherhood, history. You have covered every base. Helen, you have covered everything. Culture, history, tradition. The moment you say history, everything is covered. Specific. You know, what I don't like about all of you is, you guys don't have a habit of being specific. Where are you from? Where do you belong to, sir? South India. Are where in South India? Tamil Nadu. Are where in Tamil Nadu? It happens here also. Offline students, regular students. Where are you from? Sir, Tamil Nadu. Are where in Tamil Nadu? Coimbatore, Thoothukudi, where? Specific. When you say culture, Helen, culture, it's such a big word. You have to be specific. What is it that you love for your nation? Okay, I'll explain this also. I'll explain this also. Now, maybe inspiration of a freedom fighter, sir. Okay, inspiration of freedom fighters. Oh God. Vinisha, what is wrong with you? Okay, unity, I'm proud of diversity of India. Okay, great. Diversity makes sense. Now, right, let's see. It's about loving your country. That means you're finding some reasons to love this country. Listen to me. Finding some reason to love this country. Have you thought about this? Why is it in every school? I mean, the moment you start going to school, the first standard onwards, they start teaching you about the nation, its culture, its people. If you look at the early geography books, it's called Land and People. They teach you about the dances. When they teach you English literature or Hindi literature, they give you the poems of great poets of India. Why? They want you to get used to the depth of Indian culture. That's why they teach you that. They want you to understand the historicity of the nation. That's why if you see right from a third standard or fourth standard onwards, history begins and they start slowly with Indus Valley culture, Indus cities, city culture. Why? Because I want you to be proud of your heritage. Listen to my words, heritage. India as a nation has a rich heritage, past history. Americans have no history that way. Their history starts with the colonization. So when you say you love this country, you need to have a reason to love this country. What? Why? What reasons? Diversity, fine. The heritage, what? So you need to explain that one. Second, when I say patriotism, it's about this. It's an emotional attachment to the nation. That one originates from. Okay. You are an Indian. You get your degrees. You go abroad and study. And you work there. You may become an American citizen. But still you can love this country. this country. That's what emotional attachment is all about. Haven't you seen American Indians? Have you heard the term Pravasi Divas, NRI Day? The government of India celebrates something called Pravasi Divas, where Indians come here. That's what is patriotism is all about. The rich attachment, the emotional attachment they have for this nation. Copy this, then I'll explain one more point. Copy this. Sir, the news of ambulance service to Sri Lanka by India, which benefits Sri Lanka during COVID, gave me a sense of pride about my country. Okay, Arsha, makes sense. Makes sense, Arsha. May I proceed? All right. You know, for us, usually, our patriotism is India-Pakistan match. Waving flags on India-Pakistan match. Our patriotism is on 15th of August, putting flags on our car at home. Our patriotism is all about 26th January parade. Oh, our patriotism is standing up for national anthem. Is that patriotism? No. That is not patriotism. Patriotism is much bigger than that. Much bigger than that. A patriot, being a patriot doesn't mean you have to die for the country. A patriot, the word patriotism means, can you live for this country? In other words, can you dedicate your life for this nation? Listen to me carefully. Can you dedicate your life for this nation? It's a dedication. You know, all of you are in a very big comfort zone. Why? Because two generations of Indians dedicated themselves to this country. Two generations of Indians. When you look at freedom fighters, don't look at Gandhi and Nehru. Look at all those countless millions of Indians who dedicated them to that cause. When you see the Dandi March, don't focus on Gandhi. Focus on the people who followed him. The nameless, faceless heroes. They dedicated themselves to the nation, to this country. This country is built on their sweat and tears and their hard work, their dedication. Now, can you dedicate yourself to take this country to 21st century? My generation is passé. My generation is over. Can you guys take this country forward into 21st century? Can you dedicate your life to this? You know, often in interviews, when engineers come to me, I ask them this question in interviews. How can you contribute to this nation? You are an engineer from an IIT. You studied engineering for 4 years. As an engineer, how can you contribute? Have you thought about this? You know, our country doesn't have very high literacy rates. And that too, when it comes to higher education, it's a challenge. And what is sad is, a lot of these kids who go to IITs, good higher educational institutions, they go abroad. The best of the brains go abroad. Where is your sense of dedication to this nation? So that's why I ask you this question. Can you dedicate what can you do for this country? We always want the country to do something for us. Cheap education, subsidized education, PDS grains. I want roads. I want the trains to run on time. What can you do? What can you contribute? That is patriotism. That's patriotism. Look at the words. It's not a short, frenzied outburst of emotion, but a steady dedication of a lifetime. It's a lifetime dedication. Achha, when I say patriotism, it doesn't mean you leave your job and start working. No. You remember I showed you that homeless man being compassionate? You remember that video? You remember that video? I showed you that. It's about that. You can do small things. I'm sure you can do something for this nation, something for this country. When we are being away from our country, we'll start developing emotional attachment towards the country more and more. Yes, Bhanu, that happens automatically because you start missing the country. Can I go to the next one? May I? All right. Thanks, Chandramohan. That's a nice one. Rack pickers and informal sector. Chandramohan, nice idea, nice thought. Do something. Okay. Next. I'm going to compare this to nationalism. Previous slide. Okay. Chandramohan, this one. All right. Can I go to the next one? Now, I would distinguish with nationalism. Now, patriotism is this affection for one's country. You love your country, you would like to defend your country also. Affection. Have you noticed something? Newspapers always talk about Hindu nationalism, Islamic nationalism. Why is it nobody talks about Hindu patriotism? You know, today everybody talks about anti-national or national. Nobody talks about being a patriot. You say anything against government, you become anti-national. You say anything against one political party, you become anti-national. Why is it in India today either we are national or anti-national? Nobody is a patriot. So what's the difference? Oh, I'm a patriot, by the way. I'm completely apolitical. I don't believe in voting for any one of these jerks. I prefer voting for Nota. That's the best political party. None of the above. Best political party. Why do you have to be pro or anti? Why can't you work for this country? I'm sure we all can work for this country. Fair enough. If I love the people, work for them. Now, nationalism is this. Nationalism is focused on the state. You love a certain political party. Your loyalty is to that state. Your loyalty is to that political party. Your loyalty is to that government. But patriotism is about the people. It's about the people. You love the people. You love the heritage. You love the people the way they are. You love the heritage. You love the diversity. Nationalism. Nationalism is state. State is nothing but politically organized people. Welfare state, police state, Hindu state. We always talk about these states. Nationalism is that narrow definition. Very narrow. It's political idea. In ethics, remember this, in ethics, we don't talk about nationalism. We talk about patriotism in ethics. It's quite interesting in today's India. Everybody is pro or anti, pro-national, I mean anti-national or national, that's it. There is no patriot here. And newspapers also talk about it. That's a sad thing. Everybody talks about this brand of nationalism, that brand of nationalism. Why can't you just love this country the way it is and do something for it? The other day I asked someone in regular batches, are you guys Indians? Some of them responded, I am an Indian from Tamil Nadu. Was that an answer? I don't understand. Was it an answer? Seriously, we have that, we are loyal to the caste or a community or a region. We cannot think about this whole country. Done. Okay. Thanks, Helen. Done. Can I continue? All right. Next one. Next big value. Collegiality. Akhilesh, are you there or you have left? I think in education system, no focus on patriotism, sir. Yes, that's a problem. That's a problem. Our education system doesn't focus on the word patriotism. That's a problem. They make you quite a regionalist in lots of ways. Right. Okay. Collegiality, team spirit. Just a thought. Just a thought. Let me see how do you guys respond. Just a thought. There are five most powerful people. There are five most powerful people in a district. These are the five big people in a district. One is the MP, Member of Parliament. One is the MLA, who's elected by the people. Two big powerful people, constitutionally elected. MP, MLA. Third is the collector. Fourth is the SP, IPS officer. Fifth is the DFO, Divisional Forest Officer. The Forest Officer, IFS. Just imagine if all the five work together. What happens to the nation? What happens to the district? Just imagine all the five working together. The district will be like heaven. But the problem is these five can never work together. The MLA will have a problem with the MP may have a problem with the collector. They cannot work together at all. So the problem with our work culture is this team spirit, it's missing. Just imagine if all the five work together. Seriously, the district will develop like anything. Because in India, the work culture's problem is the team spirit is missing. They can never work together. And even if they work together, it will be only for a small couple of months. And that's why we talk about collegiality, team spirit. It's about this. A kind of connectedness based on respect for professional expertise. Everybody is a professional. Please remember, an MP has to understand the collector is a professional. Respect him for the professionalism. The MP has to understand the IPS officer is a professional. So you have to understand the other person's professional expertise and work for the betterment of the district. We have had instances where the IPS and the IAS don't get along. The collector and the SP are not talking to each other. What's the sad thing? They are the batchmates. Same foundation course, same Labasta, same batch, same FC, but they don't talk. Why? Because I am in police, You're an IAS. My department's interest is more important, your department. And sometimes the fight is very ugly. I was in this horrible thing. I mean, there was this horrible experience I should share. A public function. The MLA of the constituency was there. A lot of officers were there. I was also there in the audience. And after the function got over, the collector and the SP started fighting publicly, screaming at each other. And the worst was the IPS guy, the SP was telling the collector, you got 5 marks more than me. What's the big deal? Publicly. So where is the team? They're talking in terms of 5 marks. Where is the team? So it's about working together. Yeah, like Israel. True. Like Israel, yes. You know, one of the biggest flaws in a work culture is this only. This is missing. This is missing. The team. If you look at ISRO's success is the team part. If you look at ISRO, it's a hugely successful organization. The team, DRDO, they all function as a team. That's why they're hugely successful. Collectively succeed, collectively fail. That's a policy they have. Team. And elements of collegiality. There are 2 big elements of collegiality. First one is this. Respect the ideas and work of others. Learn to respect the other's professionalism. The forest service has to respect engineering service. Engineering service has to respect IAS. Learn to respect others' professionalism. And most importantly, shared commitment and mutual understanding. Commitment. The commitment is to develop this country. The commitment is not the department. It has to develop the country. I hope you're slowly understanding collegiality. Hello. Ramesh, what are you typing? Arvind? Nalik class news poi sende charte reze. Messages have started. Evening Friday, Nalik regular batch. Okay guys, can I continue? I have seen officers scolding juniors for small deductions in their bills despite doing all the rules. See, that's what arrogance is all about. Ramesh, this is not new. I have seen this happening in front of me also. I don't do that, but some people have, especially young officers have this tendency. Bills. But anyway, that's lack of team spirit. Seriously, that's lack of team spirit. But the sad thing is that the 5 members will cooperate with each other for personal gains only. Yes, that's interesting. That's a nice point. They'll cooperate for the personal things, for the personal gain, but they'll not cooperate for the district. That's a different thing. All right, the next topic now. Ethical concerns and dilemmas in government and private institutions. I'm building up to case studies now. Case studies are all about dilemmas. Case studies are all about Ethical issues. So I'm building up to case study slowly. Acha, I want an honest opinion. Friday suits you guys? Friday 6 to 8:30 suits you all? Or can we make it a little early also on Friday? What time suits you all? 6 to 8:30 or 4 to 6 to 8:30? Okay. Right. Or should be Saturday? Six to 8:30 done. Okay, great. Okay, Cynthia says early. Let me see. See, I don't want anybody to have this feeling that you got left out. That's the reason I'm asking your opinion. I don't want anybody to have this feeling of being left out. That's why I'm asking you. Okay, all right. Saturday is okay. We'll see how it works. Right, the first one. Ethical concerns. What do you think are the big ethical concerns of today's India? Big ethical concerns. On Friday, okay, anytime is possible for you, right? Okay, sir, so I opt for Saturday. Saturday, I'll come offline, so I opt for Saturday. Mageshwar, offline will not be allowed, I guess, Friday 6 to 8:30. Let's see. Saturday, I have to get back to Delhi also, so that's why I preferred Friday. I have to get back home also. It's been more than a month I'm stuck in Chennai. Thanks to you all. My children have already forgotten me. They'll start calling me uncle, seriously. Right, okay. More focus on, oh, all right. Ethical concerns. One of the first biggest concern in India, first biggest ethical concern in India is let it be private company also, let it be public company also. The biggest problem is bribe. Biggest problem is bribe. Gift and bribe. Now I have questions. No sympathy. We will manage. Okay. Right. Biggest ethical concern. Bribery. Gift. Ajay, can you tell me something? Where does bribery start, by the way? How does a person learn to take bribes? Have you thought about this question? I have been researching on this question for a very long time. How does it start? Where does it start? A perfectly good kid who goes to good school, good college, comes into service, and I know this kid personally. Also. He's an officer. And I know that he's compromised. He takes bribes. How? How it all start? It surprises me. They go to some of the best educational institutions of the country. Where does it start? It really surprises me. So can you guess how it all starts? Where it starts? Greed, okay, greed, good marks is equal to gift from parents. Wow, Jyoti, you nailed it. Greed leads to it. Thank you. Thank you, Ma. Yeah, வேற விதமான poison இருக்கா? எந்த விதமான poison இருக்கு? Class motion பேசலாமா? சரி, okay. Okay, Vinisha, greed, comfortable lifestyle. Okay, what else? Immediate pleasure seeking, have a luxury life. Where does it start? Vamsi, my question is how it starts. Okay. It all starts with this. Bribery starts at home. Parents start it. Parents tell you, you do this exam well, I buy you a bike. Is it a gift or a bribe? It's a bribe. Mother tells you, keep quiet, I'll give you a toffee. The child knows then. That's keep quiet, I'll give you a toffee or a chocolate. It's not exactly a gift, it's a bribe. You keep quiet. That means I do this, I'll get this. If I do this, I'll have that advantage. That's how bribery begins. And parents think I'm giving them a gift. It's not exactly a gift. Oh, dowry, gift or a bribe? Dowry, gift or a bribe? Gift, right? The boys will say gift. The girls will say bribe. And some of the boys will say blessing. Parents' blessings. Right? Wonderful, parents' blessings. Dowry is the biggest bribe and crime. Okay, yeah, I got it. I got it. Right. It all starts at this. I'll give you an example further. I'll give you an example. How bribery happens. Bribes, I told you, bribes start at home. And parents start it unknowingly. And how it starts is parents think they're rewarding a person, rewarding the child, but they're actually not rewarding. They're making the child think, oh, if I do this, I will get this in return. If I cry, I will get a chocolate for sure. I'll give an example. Of what bribery is, how it starts. I'll give an example of it. It's a fun one. Okay. I told you I have two daughters. There's a really funny one because I'll share firsthand how it happens. I have two daughters. This is about my younger one. And she was in 5th grade. And she wanted to buy toys. I mean, dolls and toys, kids are like that. And I tried to ignore it for some time. I thought probably if I ignore it, she'll forget about it. But she had in her head. She always used to say, shall we? Chale? I kept ignoring it. But you know how kids are. Once they get stuck on something, they'll get stuck on it. So one day I told her, why don't you go with your mom? And I'll give you money, you go with your mom. She said, no, I want to go with you only, not with mom. I said, why? Mom's means like she'll restrict my purchases. So I said, okay, fine. I thought, let's delay it for some more time. Let's see how it goes. I delayed for some more time. She didn't forget. She was after me. Then I said, okay, fine. Chalo, I'll take you. So one day I just came home from office early. We went. Close to my house is, there's a mall. Just like Phoenix City here, we have a mall in Saket. Saket Mall is there, close in Delhi. So just went to the mall. And they have this lovely Hamley showroom there, toy shop. So went there. And I told her, you go and pick up whatever you want. She went inside the shop. Because I knew if I go along with her, she'll pick up everything, this, that. So it'll take a lot of time. So I stood outside only. And I could see there was this young couple standing. And they had a boy. Must be around 4 or 5-year-old boy was there along with them. And the husband was standing on one side. The mother and the boy was looking at something. And suddenly the boy picked up a very big packet. Very big red color. I'm sure you must have been to Hamleys. Hamleys they keep the toys very attractively packaged. So there was this big packet. This boy picked up and he gave it to the mom. Mom, I want this. In Hindi, he said, Mom, will try it. And mom took it and she looked around the packet just to check the price. The price was a little on the higher side. So mom said, you have something like this. You have something like this. Where is it? Kahan? Then the mom explained, you've forgotten where it is. It's there in the almara. It's there here. She just made a big circle of the whole facts. And the boy, okay. Then he kept it. Then the mom knew that if he stands, he'll again pick it up. The mom dragged him a little further on the side. Little bit on the side, so that he forgets it. He came. Then he must have thought, oh, it's not there. He went back, picked up again. Mom, I don't think we have this. Now the mom realized that now he's going to be adamant about it because he has got to know that it's not there at home. So he said, Mom, I want this. I know it's not there. The mom said, keep it, otherwise I'll give you a tight slap. Tight slap. 4-year-old got afraid, kept it. Then he followed the mom blindly. Kids are very smart. I was just observing that he looked around. I am not at home. This one tight slap only works in home. I'm in a public place. Here she will not give me one tight slap. So went and picked it up again. I said, Mom, I want this. Raised the voice. I want this. Mom hold it and he didn't leave. Mom pulling it just to keep it, he didn't leave. Mom pulled it hard. No. Finally, he just left the packet. And mom was looking at him angrily. He just left the packet and he started crying loudly. He was not only crying loudly, he lay on the floor. He lay on the floor. And crying loudly, rolling all over. Can you imagine somebody rolling over the floor? Crying, rolling. Oh God, the mom was embarrassed like anything. And it was such a fun because everybody was looking, what the hell is happening? Because this cry, the kid was crying as if somebody's killing him. Oh, loudly. The best was the father. The best was the father. He just turned this side. I don't even know these people. He was so bloody embarrassed. He failed to recognize that this is my wife and my kid. The mother was so embarrassed. She just rushed to the counter, picked up a couple of chocolates. And the moment the boy saw the chocolate, he just jumped. All the crying stopped. Everything was forgotten. Chocolates. You know what the mom did at that moment? She bribed him. Had he not taken the bribe, would have got that gift. Bribery, that's how it begins. And parents do it unknowingly. But subconsciously, we have that habit. You know, bribe is for an advantage. We know that, okay, if I do this, I'll get this bribe. Haven't you seen something, just a small thing like a helmet rule? You don't wear a helmet. If a traffic constable stops you, you like to give him that 50 bucks. Why? Because, and he takes it also. Why? Because it's an advantage for him also, it's an advantage for you also. That's how bribery begins. Bribe. Right. Okay, the next one. When a child refuses to go to shop, mom will offer chocolate and something to go to shop. And after that, the crisis breaks loose. Have you seen kids? Kids can embarrass you big time. Especially in public places. Next time when you go for family weddings, watch. When you have these small kids, the mother and the kids will embarrass the mom like anything. Because the mom will say, don't eat ice cream. You'll catch cold. You should see the fun after that. What happens? Finally, you bought toys for your daughter. Say, yes, I did. She picked up almost the entire bloody Hamleys. Anyway, now she's grown out of it. It happens. I realized one big mistake. You should never take your kids to Hamleys. It's a bloody trap. Serious trap. And the worst thing is Hamleys are there everywhere now. Almost all malls have a Hamleys and airports also start having Hamleys now. It's serious big trap. Okay, next one, abuse of office or personal gain. I'll give an example a little later. Third one, nepotism. This you already know. Nepotism. Bollywood is full of it. Politics is full of it. I don't know about Tamil movie industry. Do they have nepotism here also, Tamil movie industry? And the fourth one, procurement malpractice. Procurement malpractice. Tenders. I hope you know tenders. If you look at Rafale controversy, that's this only, procurement malpractice. Rafale, procurement. And the last one, harassment at work, sexual harassment. We have done this earlier. And let's explain this one by one. Let's explain this one by one. Nishit, it's better, fine. Nishit, nice to see you. Bofors Candle is also a procurement. Yes, Bofors also, Augusta Westland helicopters, all that is procurement malpractice. You know, midday meal scheme also has the same issue. I have to procure grains for midday meal scheme. I indulge in malpractice there also. So it's everywhere. Procurement malpractice. That's where they make a lot of maximum corruption happens. Okay, next one. Can I go to the next one? If you're done, right? Okay. Let's understand the first one, conflict of interest. Conflict of interest. Maximum corruption happens in construction activities, sir. Yes, yes, yes. See, MOD, construction, these are all have issues. Ramesh, it's not only about construction, even MOD has defense contracts, major issues, PWD contracts. Anyway, procurement malpractice happen everywhere. Okay, let's look at conflict of interest. Okay, I have an example for you. Suppose my daughter qualifies mains and she has a UPSC interview. Is it okay for me to sit in that interview board where my daughter is coming for the interview? Is it okay? Why not it's okay? Why is it not okay? What is wrong in that? What is wrong is I'll be partial towards my daughter. I will not do my official duty. I'll take care of my personal interest. That is what is conflict of interest is all about. I will compromise my department's interest for my personal interest. That's what is conflict of interest is all about. So this is what the idea is. Look at this. Situations when personal interest may lead the staff, that is the officer or the person, to make decisions that are unfavorable to the department. I will not do the right job. I'll focus on my personal interest. So conflict of interest is a situation where your personal interest overrides department's interest. Overrides. You take care of your family interest rather than your department's interest. That's the first one. Copy that. Yes, there is a case of partiality. No, sir, just like SC judges say them hearing a case of the relative. Yes, yes, yes. All right, welcome back. Shankar, nice to see you. CSK lost to fans. What happened? Shankar, why you shifted loyalties from CSK? Shankar's status messages, CSK lost a fan. Shankar, nice to have you. Sir, is midday meal scheme not a bribe? No, it's not. It's a reciprocal arrangement. It's not exactly a bribe. May I proceed? If you have done, yes, no. All right. That's a different story. We can take it later. Yeah, it's okay, Shankar. I'm glad there's a story to it. All right. Right, the next one. Again, CY. is a situation in which one is torn between professional duties and one's personal interest in making a decision. Your professional duties and personal interest both clash. I repeat, professional interest and personal duty both are clashing. I'll give an example, one more example of it. This is one of the reasons why I have reduced my interview appearances everywhere. Otherwise, I used to be part of a lot of these interview boards. I have reduced my appearances. Now, a couple of years back, NTPC, I hope you know NTPC, National Thermal Power Corporation, NTPC. So, they had called me up to be one of the panel members for one of the interviews. And 2 days before the interview, one of my students called me up. And look at this. He called me up. He said, "Sir, I have qualified for that interview. Can you give me some advice?" He didn't know that I'm part of that interview board. He didn't know. Just randomly called me up. And the moment I realized that this fool is coming for the interview, now it's unethical for me to sit in the interview panel. It is seriously unethical because obviously, even if I don't want to be also, I'll end up being partial somehow. Because he's my student, he's sitting in front of me. 2 years he did MTech with me, so obviously he's sitting in front of me. That's conflict of interest. Then once he kept the call, I called up the interview guys. I said, some of the students are coming for the interview. Please don't include me in the panel. I just withdrew myself. Because that's a situation of conflict of interest. Nothing may have happened, but it's completely unethical. You should not be doing this. I'll give you a reference article and do read this article for the exam. This is from Wire. This is from Wire. Wire is a news portal. It's a very, very good article. Leave out the affiliation of Wire, what they write, but this is a very good article where it talks about how Ravi Shankar Prasad, present minister, he avoids conflict of interest. How Arun Jaitley avoid conflict of interest. Beautifully written. They have given you wonderful case studies of it. So do read this. What's your stand if your daughter is in the interview board? I should not be there. Akhilesh, it's wrong. It's very wrong. Guys, I not only teach, I try to practice as much ethics as possible. Teaching and practicing, I teach and I don't practice, it doesn't make sense. It's seriously wrong. That's the reason I've cut down my appearances in a lot of interviews. Why? Because I know that somewhere my student will pop up. All right, let's go to the next one. Abuse of official position. Abuse. Now, what I'm saying is this is, Ramesh, any idea what this is? Can you show the COI slide, please? Yes, Nishit, of course. Nishit, this one or the link one? Which one? All right. Once you finish, let me know. Could you please post the link for that article? The link is there. Chandramohan, the link is there. Where do you want me to post it? You can just Google the heading, it will come. Via the article name, it's there. It will come. All right, done. This is there. You can just write the article's name, you'll find it. Asha, are you there? You're left. Asha, I don't see you, so I don't know whether you're there or not, Asha. All right, next one. Abuse of official position. Just imagine yourself as an IAS officer. Just imagine yourself as an IAS officer. In what are the ways by which you can abuse your position? You're a collector. In what are the ways you can abuse your position? You are the head of the collector's office. You're the collector. What are the ways by which you can abuse your office? Abuse your position, official position. What are the ways? Favoritism, okay. Favoritism role, okay. Fair enough. Sindhya? Ramesh, any ideas? What are the ways by which you can abuse office? Nishit is typing. Nishit, let's see. Okay, land acquisition for personal interest. Okay, harassment. Right, bribe. Be lazy for work. Okay, sanctioning projects to relatives. Procurements. Okay, what else? Bribing, doing against public interest. You're talking big things. I'm talking about very small things. Very small things. Being against government, not doing job. That's it. That's it. Okay. That's all you guys can think of. It's quite surprising. You guys don't have imagination, seriously. I thought Ramesh will have more imagination. All right. Okay. First one. First one. Here's the biggest common abuse officials do. When I say officials, it means any public servant. Is this? They misuse expense accounts. Because you control the office expense accounts. You control the expense. You sanction the expense. You misuse it. I repeat, you sanction the expense, so you misuse it. And the sanction can be as small as buying printers for the office, buying laptops for office. Small things. So you misuse that sanctioning power. And what you do, you end up doing something which benefits you or your family or something like that. Misuse expense accounts, one. Next. I'll give one great example. Next one. This is the most rampant. Using subordinates for work outside the department. Listen to this. Don't copy it. Listen to this now. You're using your office staff for your personal work. Just imagine you are a senior IPS officer posted in BSF. You're working with Border Security Force. Can you use police constables for your daughter's wedding? Yes or no? Okay. BSF officer deploys Jawans for daughter's wedding. Senior IPS officer who was with BSF, he used Jawans pulled out from active duty for daughter's wedding. Now, what was shocking was this fellow officers defend him. Officers came to support him. Rather than saying this is wrong, they are supporting him. Because this is the culture in a country. That's the culture we have. So that's why we end up using these guys for homework, for personal work. All right, the last one, misusing confidential information. Okay, I'll give an example of it. Acting as a double agent or a spy. Okay, look at this. Confidential information. Copy this. Example, Ravindra Singh working for both RAW and CIA. All right. You've gone too. Chandramohan, where you have gone, CIA, RAW, relax. A small thing, small thing. There was a small time UP criminal called Vikas Dubey. He was holed up in a village and UP police was planning to arrest him. This information was leaked out from the police department, police itself. And when the UP police reached to catch him, they surrounded the UP police guys and the village guys just shot these guys, ambushed the police. Vikas Dubey, he ambushed police. Why? Because somebody released the information. Misuse of official information. Such a small thing. Disclosing tender details. Yes, absolutely. Disclosing tender details, abuse of position in universities. Oh, true, true, true. In a bid to get good marks in internal, some toppers may college use do personal work, college professors like carrying the cloth. Oh, yes, 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 yes. Nageshwar got it. Absolutely right. This is common. Abuse of position. I hope you got it now. All of you nailed it. Wonderful. Chandramohan, thank you for the link. I know that story, but that is like too big. Keep it simple, small, relevant, everyday newspaper. Right. You know, the basic thing, you reveal the tender details. You reveal the tender details to somebody and you get money out of it. Small things. Okay, let's move. Gifts and bribes. I already explained it to you. Gifts and bribes. Now, gifts are for social relations. Asha, welcome back. Gifts are small presents for social relations. The idea is for relationship. Have you noticed something? Asha, have you noticed something? Your mother will not give presents to all the family members. They'll be. Do they give gifts to all of them? No. They're very selective. Important. The purpose is to maintain relationship. Gifts are not for advantage. Gifts are for relationships. For relationships. Bribe is for advantage. I repeat, bribe is for an advantage. You give a bribe so that you have an advantage. You have an advantage. I'll just take you back to the same example. When somebody catches you without helmet, you give a bribe. The fine is 500 rupees. So what do? You give 100 rupees. So your advantage is you saved 400. His advantage is he got that 100 bucks free of cost. Advantage, substantial amount of money offered beyond stated business contract with the aim of winning an advantage. It's that advantage. It's perfectly fine, Ashraf. It's perfectly fine. I understand you guys are all working. It's perfectly fine. Can I go to the next one? May I proceed? All right. Next one, abusive behavior. Now, this is something that's increasing quite a bit. Abusive behavior. This is something that has gone up a bit. Abusive behavior. All of you are working, most of you are working here. So let me ask you, what do you mean by abusive behavior? All of you are bosses, all of you report to people higher up. So what do you think is an abusive behavior? I wish Archana was there today. She would have given a lot of examples. Abusive behavior. What do you think is an abusive behavior? Let me see your imagination. Okay, network issue. That is not abusive behavior. Please, people use abusive official position slide. I cannot see. There it is. Jyoti, that's for you. Jyoti has some network issue. Impartially splitting the teamwork. Okay. Acting. Shankar, what do you think? Acting recklessly. Okay, what else? Ramesh, any ideas? Being authoritative, sir, despite knowing all the facts. Okay, being authoritative. Okay. All right. Treating subordinates with no respect, insulting them. You're almost close. Helen is typing, treating colleagues badly. What is that badly part? Specifics. Skipping lines to go to the officials. Okay, allocating tenders to relatives. Okay, Shankar. What else? What else? Being against the government, corrupt. Okay, what else? Right, oh, let's see. Micromanagement, right? Humiliating the subordinates. Okay, without respect. Right, let me give you now. Let's move. First, abusive behavior. And you know why I'm talking about all this? Once you become officers, please, you don't do this. This is one of the most, this is one of the uglier side of the work culture. Uglier side. Please, you guys don't do it. I'm just a request. Because seeing your juniors pick up the same thing. So the culture continues. We have to break the cycle somewhere. The first thing, abusive or intimidating behavior. They intimidate you. Intimidate. Let me give an example of intimidation. They'll cancel your leave. Intimidation will cancel your leave. I'll give an example of it. I know of this revenue service officer. I knew him right from when he was a graduate also. This kid was getting married. Got into service, he was getting married. And the marriage was fixed. It was an arranged marriage. The marriage was fixed. The dates were very well announced. And he had informed his reporting boss. The moment the marriage was fixed, it was a 6-month window. He had told his boss 6 months before itself that on this month, on this day, my marriage is fixed, sir. I am requested to come also and I need 1 month leave. Boss approved. Boss said, okay, not a problem. Approved it. Approved it. Marriage preparations on, everything was on. 1 month before the wedding, the boss says, I will not give you 1 month leave. I'll give you 2 weeks leave. Get married, come back in 2 weeks. He tried, but fine. Nothing happened. He pleaded, nothing happened. 2 weeks done. 1 week before the wedding, the boss calls and says, I'm not giving you 2 weeks. We have work in office. I'll just give you 1 week of holidays. Get married and come back. Can you imagine this boy's condition? In 1 week, the whole function itself will not be over. He has to come back. And the day before his departure, he was only given 4 days of leave. Now that is intimidating. That is abusive behavior. And the worst thing is, like, he was so bloody helpless. He was calling everybody so that somebody can talk to his boss and have the leave sanctioned. It's marriage, once in a lifetime. Once in a lifetime. Now that is what his abusive behavior is all about. Now just imagine when he has gone through such an experience, once he becomes seniors, can you imagine how will he deal with the junior officers? He will have a kind of a similar tendency. That is why it's a culture. And it was not that the boss was caught by surprise. He was given a forewarning 6 months before he was told. And everybody knows how important weddings are. It's the most important chapter in a person's life. Abusive behavior. Okay, next one. It can also mean from physical threats, false accusations, profanity, abusive language in office, abusive language. This is increasing. Insults, personal insults, yelling, harshness, all this abusive behavior. Deliberately telling wrong things, wrong timings, make us wait for more than an hour, never pick up calls and return texts. Oh yes, of course. Banu, completely agree. Banu, looks like you've gone through all this. And now I can understand. You're very, very true. You're very, very true. They'll not give you the right information. They'll keep you hanging all the time. They call you on Saturdays. Ajay, this happens in government office also. They'll call you on Saturday. They will never work on weekdays. They'll call you on Saturday. Come. So that's abusive. Bossiness, yes. Yes, holding employees beyond work support. Mails with no kindness are also abusive. We are true, very, very true. Some people have very bad mailing habits also. Glad you guys could spot it. Leave out corporate sector in Government of India setup. It's like very, very, this can be too much. Profanity is little high in some services. May I proceed to the next one? We have done with this topic. We go to the next topic. Next topic. They will call midnight around 2 to 3 a.m. Ask, prepare document, submit next day itself. Oh, yes. And the worst thing is companies give you a mobile phone. Official mobile phone. Which you cannot switch it off. If you are in police services, if you're an IPS, they'll give you two phones. They'll give you that police wireless. Also, there'll be a mobile phone also. And you cannot switch off the mobile phone because that's official phone. And the call can come at any moment. So you will not sleep. You'll be watching the phone. Oh ho. Horrible life. And sometimes it really fails to understand why can't they tell things in advance? Why is it everything has to happen in the night only? And by the way, even if I report tomorrow morning, heaven is not going to break loose, right? It can wait. But no, abhi, is waqt chahiye, aa jao, abhi, now. I know a DSP in Delhi Police. He's on the limits. He's on the limits, and he's on VIP duty. He's on the limits, seriously on the limits. Tenterhooks. But anyway, life. Yeah, I can understand, Ramesh. I can understand. It's everywhere. Ramesh, it's everywhere. Ramesh, I'm just giving an idea here because sab jagah ye hal. Ramesh, it's everywhere. It's a torture. Chalo, anyway. Laws, rules, regulations, and conscience. This is the last topic, then we close and I take it up on Friday. Or if time permits, I'll do something else also. We used to prepare those documents before they ask and keep it ourselves. When they do these kind of things, we'll submit them. Oh, people have also become smarter. Bosses have amazing way to torture you. They'll find new creative ways to torture you. Bhanu, trust me. All right. Bhanu, if I may ask, where do you work? If I may ask, if it's okay. I mean, if you want to tell me, otherwise it's okay. Where do you work? Okay. Laws, rules, regulations. Okay. We all have 4 lives. Oh, sorry, we lead 4 kinds of lives. Not 4 lives, we lead 4 lives. We lead 4 kinds of lives. 4 lives. One is personal life. Personal life. Friends, family, personal life. Second is, as a citizen, you have a public life. The moment you go on the road, wear a mask, all that is public life. Third, you have a family, you have a social life. Going for wedding, going to temple with family, social life. And fourth, you have a professional life. You lead 4 lives. Right now, Asha is sitting at home. She's acting. Her professional life, personal life, both are mixed up now. With Bhanu also the same story. She's sitting at home, professional life, personal life, all mixed up. So we have 4 lives. And all these 4 lives are guided by 4 different things. Your personal life is guided by your conscience. Your personal life is guided by your conscience. Your public life is guided by law. Your social life is guided by regulations. When you go to a temple, leave your footwear outside. When you go for a wedding, you behave in a certain manner. Have you noticed something? When you go for a wedding, you behave in a certain manner. You wear a certain dress. And if you're a relative of the person who's getting married, then you have to behave in a certain manner altogether. Regulations. And the last one, as a professional, you have codes. Professional life has codes. Engineers have codes, doctors have codes, everybody has codes. Copy that. Oh, you recently left. Okay. So, Bhanu, you're full time into preparing this. Nice. Happy to see that, Bhanu. Full time. Nice. Good. Social public life is as a citizen. Cynthia, public life means as a citizen. Citizen. When you walk on the road, you walk on the left side of the road. When you go to cast your vote, elections, citizenship. Citizenship. I hope you got it now. Citizenship. All right, Cynthia. Great. எங்க இவ்வளோ சீக்கிரம்? All the best. நம்பலாமா? நீ சிரிக்கிறத பார்த்தா நம்புற மாதிரி தெரியல. Right, all right, guys. So let's go to the next one. Righto. May I proceed to the next one? Let's understand that. One small request for Friday's class, can we wrap up before 8 p.m.? Yep, I think we should be able to do that. We should be able to do that. Cynthia, we can do that. Cynthia, I'll do that. I'll wrap up by 8 o'clock. Right, I'll let me see. I'll reschedule, but I'll try to wrap up by 8 o'clock. Conscience versus conscious. Understand this. Conscience, conscious. These are two different words. And you guys will end up confusing both the words. Can you tell me the difference? Let me see. Can you tell me the difference? Don't Google it. Conscious, conscience. Rajya sir, you really speak good Tamil. Oh, I have learned Tamil. Thanks to Arvind Anna and rest of them. They have taught me Tamil very well. I can manage little Tamil here. Nothing else. I can't read or anything. I can just manage a little bit. Oh, by the way, I can speak multiple languages, so it's okay. Inner feeling versus being alert. Oh, inner feeling. Wow, Shankar, that's nice. Inner feeling. Inner feeling and being alert. Okay, nice. Missing your thrilling trips. Vasant, good evening. Vasant, I didn't know you're a Shin-chan fan. I've stopped taking the trips because I have to finish my course, and that's why. But I'll take you on trips also, don't worry. Right, so conscience and conscious. Right now, if you see, I'm conscious of a lot of things. I'm teaching you all fine. I'm conscious about what is happening on my board. I'm conscious about what is happening on my WhatsApp messages. I'm conscious of what Arvind Anna is doing. I'm conscious, aware. When you drive a car, you're aware about things that's happening around you. When you drive a car, you are aware that what is happening in the front. You're watching the rear view mirror also. You also know what is happening on the sides. Plus, at the same time, if you have a music going on, you also listen to the songs also. So everything goes on together. Aware. When you work in office, you're aware about what is happening, what are the people doing around close. That's awareness. That is what is conscious. Vamsi is not there. When Vamsi plays hockey, he's aware of the position of the rest of the players. He knows where his team members are there. He knows where others, the opponents are. We are aware. That is awareness. Consciousness is generally defined as awareness of your thoughts or actions. Awareness. Shankar, you got it right? Awareness, yes. Okay, we'll be calling this in Tamil. Okay, Chandramohan, leave out the Tamil bit out. Let's understand what conscience is. Right. Okay, let's get this clear. Let's understand conscience. Acha, please learn to pronounce the word correctly also. It's not conscience, it's conscience. Conscience. Remember that. Okay. Now, do you guys talk to your own self? Do you guys talk to yourself? Do you all talk to yourself? When do you talk to yourself? All the time? And what do you talk to yourself? You tell stories to yourself? What do you talk to yourself? We talk to our own selves. What? I'll give you an example of it. Before you, very interestingly, before you're about to do something wrong, there's a voice inside you. The voice tells you, boss, that is not right. There's a voice inside us. It stops you. That is conscience. We talk to our own self. There's a voice that tells you, don't do this. You forget about judging others' actions. We judge our own actions. There's a voice inside you that keeps telling you, this is wrong, what you did is wrong today. Right now, after my class gets over, all of you will have your dinner, and when you go to sleep, as you lie down, you will not fall asleep immediately. You will not fall asleep immediately. You will be awake for 5 to 6 minutes. That moment, your mind goes into flashback. You think about things. That's the time you talk to yourself. Your mind tells you what you did that today. It'll tell you, oh, that was wrong. You shouldn't have done that. You shouldn't have said that to your mother. That is conscience. That's your moral compass. That's your moral compass. So this will look at the word. Special act of mind passes a judgment on goodness and badness of the particular act. It tells you what you did is right or wrong. It judges your action. You know something? We judge our own actions. And interestingly, we never share it with others. But we judge our own actions all the time. For example, if you bunk a class, you will feel bad later. At that moment, you bunk a class, you enjoy fine. But later you feel bad. Why? Because your conscience tells you, what you did is wrong. That's how it is. Conscience. Judging your own actions. Judging your own action. That's why it's called as moral compass. Inside. Achha, when you see movies, you will see the hero talking to the mirror. Have you seen movies? When you see movies, cinemas, what you see is the hero comes in, he's all drunk, and the hero looks at the image in the mirror. And the mirror image talks to the hero. Have you seen those scenes where the hero's image is there in the mirror will say, I told you not to drink. So that is your conscience speaking. That's your conscience speaking. Particular. Okay, guys, got it? Yeah, we'll be done. Cynthia, it will be done by 8 o'clock. Don't worry about that. Cynthia, most welcome. UPSC had 3 questions on the word conscience, again and again. One question was on voice of conscience, voice. The voice that comes from inside. Voice of conscience. Have you copied? What? Yes or no? I'll just go back. I'll show you the question. Look at this. What do you understand by term voice of conscience? Voice of conscience. There's a voice that talks to you. Acha, do you listen to that voice? Do you listen to the voice? That is voice of conscience. Next, crisis of conscience. Crisis of conscience. Crisis of conscience, ethical dilemma. I repeat, crisis of conscience is ethical dilemmas. You have a dilemma. Two choices, crisis of conscience. I'll discuss crisis of conscience a little later. Let's talk about this. Law versus conscience. Law and conscience, they both guide your actions. Listen to this. Law and conscience, they both guide your actions. I repeat, they both guide your actions. Now the difference is, law is external, outside. Somebody else makes it, somebody else imposes it. Government of India makes it, they impose it. Outside. Conscience is inside, it's inside us. Self-imposed. I repeat, self-imposed. Copy it, then I have a question for all of you. Copy this. All right, guys, finished? Conscience is not your inner belief. Have you finished this? Okay, I have a question to all of you. I have a question. Which is more powerful? Law that which is externally imposed or conscience which you follow? Which is more powerful? Which is more powerful? Law that is imposed from externally or self-imposed conscience? Which is second one or the first one? Ramesh and rest of you, which is more powerful? Asha, first one, second one. Second, conscience is powerful. Conscience is powerful. Shankar is typing. Shankar, conscience is more powerful. Okay. Ramesh says laws. Okay. Oh, right. Let's understand this. Let's understand this. You know why some of you feel that law is more powerful is, listen, why some of us feel law is powerful is because you are punished. If you violate a law, somebody punishes you. When you violate a law, somebody punishes you. But when you violate your conscience, who punishes you? Nobody is there to punish you. Nobody is there to punish you. But you punish your own self. And that punishment is known as guilt. That punishment is known as regrets. Guilt. This is external, this is self-imposed. Okay, let's explain this further. Conscience is something within us, something inside us. Okay, copy this, then I'll explain it also. Copy this, then I'll explain it also. Done. Okay. Right. Thank you. Now, if you watch the slide very carefully, conscience never comes into play. Listen to this very carefully. Now, I'm going to tell you why conscience is so powerful. Why is it violating conscience is not easy? Once you violate, suffer big time. When you violate a law outside, you suffer, that suffering is small. But when you violate your conscience, the suffering is immense. Why? Let me explain that. Listen to this. Conscience never comes into play into future actions. For example, right now, you know what you're going to do at 8 o'clock. Maximum to 9 o'clock. For example, some of you may feel that, okay, can I continue? Is the network okay? Because I could see a small blip. Is it okay? Is the network okay, boss? Huh? There was a small blip, so that's why I said, all right. Okay, now listen. Perfect. Thank you. Now listen now. Now, suppose, for example, after the class gets over, some of you may feel that, okay, around 9 o'clock when my parents are asleep, let me sneak out and meet a friend and come back. Let me just go out and meet my friend and come back. Your conscience will say, don't do that. If you get caught, you'll suffer big time. Conscience stopping you. That's immediate. You can have conscience come immediate actions, 2 hours. Conscience will not come into play tomorrow morning. Because who knows tomorrow morning you're alive or dead? You never wake up alive. Who knows? So conscience never comes into play in future actions. Day after tomorrow, nobody knows. Who knows day after tomorrow the world ends? An asteroid comes and collides. Civilization over. No UPSC, nothing. All fun. Right. Great. Story over. Nobody knows. Immediate right now. Just wish it happens. Great fun, right? Asteroid collapse. All vaporized. Immense, right? Right, okay. Chandramohan is saying, what, sir? I went and prayed to God about prelims and you're talking about this. Okay. Now, where is Chandramohan? He's gone missing now. Chandramohan is back. Okay, Chandramohan, I know that you went and prayed that God prelim should be on time, form should come on time. Look at you. Okay. And I'm praying that there's asteroid colliding, right? Okay. Now, so conscience never comes into play in future actions, immediate, right now. But conscience comes into play in past actions big time, past actions. We have regrets more or less about past actions, actions we have done. I said, don't take it personally. Don't take it personally. But let me share this UPSC example. You know, it's not only you, the regular batch is also handling. A lot of these kids right now, because your first attempt, you take it very lightly. You come for a class, don't come for a class, good. First attempt. You take the first attempt and unfortunately you don't qualify. You flunk the first attempt. It's okay. You start preparing for the next attempt. You take the next attempt. And again, you don't qualify the prelims. Fair enough, your parents are supporting you. You're at it. As you start preparing for third attempt, your mind goes into rewind mode. Flashback. It reminds you of all the days when you bunked classes. It reminds you of all the days when you took your studies lightly. That's when your mind talks to you, tells you, I wish I had done this at that time. That's the beginning of guilt, regrets. I wish I had studied. I wish I had never bunked classes. And you know what? You cannot live with guilt because guilt is inside you. You cannot share with somebody. You can share your sorrows, you can share your happiness. You cannot share your guilt with somebody. What will you go and tell your father? It's inside you. You cannot even throw it aside. It's constantly there like a shadow. Every evening when you lie down, it's there. Guilt. Guilt. And we always have two kinds of guilt. Guilt for actions done why I did it. When an affair breaks down, when an affair gets broken down, both boys and the girls think, why did I did it? First, guilt. Second, action not done. Why I didn't study? When you, actions done, actions not done. Why I didn't study? Why I did it? Guilt. And it's very, very difficult to run away from guilt. That's why conscience is very powerful. Okay, I'll talk about guilt. Talking about guilt. Okay, last story for the day. What do you see in the picture? Laws are binding, yes, but conscience must... See, Ramesh, laws cannot cover all the situations. Laws cannot predict all the situations laws cannot cover every single human situation. Conscience covers everything because you're self-imposing. Okay, Nandini says a lecture, righto, an instructor teaching his students. This boy is one of those for me, he's still a boy. For you guys, he's a senior person. This boy is a very famous physics teacher in Shimla. Very famous. And these are all school kids. You can see how attentive these kids are. Very famous school teacher in Shimla. He teaches physics and maths. Very popular in a school. And if I add something to you, look at his face. Such innocent face. Suppose if I tell you he's a murderer. He's serving a life sentence. That's his jail uniform. He's in the jail. He's a former IIT graduate. 4th year IIT, got placed, placements got over. Wonderful placement, very good placement. He had a girlfriend. Everybody knew about it. They were supposed to get married. Wanted to celebrate with the girlfriend. They go to Shimla, had money, they go to Shimla, booked a room, stayed, partied very hard, got drunk. Massively drunk. And after getting drunk, they both had an argument. And in the heat of the argument, this boy picks up a beer bottle, crashes it on the girl's head. And the girl dies then and there. He ran, police caught up, got him back, tried, sentenced to life. He's serving a life sentence. Himachal Pradesh government experiments with open prison. They allow these kind of good prisoners to go out and do community work. So every day morning he leaves the jail, goes to the school, teaches. Very popular. Teaches. Comes back. Teaches. Comes back. He was telling us, when we met him, he was telling us, the jail sentence is not the punishment. The punishment is every night when I sleep, I'm not able to sleep. Why? Because my conscience keeps on making me that, it rewinds me that moment of madness. That's his phrase. He said, it rewinds that moment of madness. Every night I relive that moment of madness. Every night. Conscience. He said, I cannot run anywhere because I can't do much. So he said, this is not the jail that is the problem. That is not the problem. This is not the punishment. The punishment is inside us. That is what his guilt is all about. Guilt. You know what? Every person who takes a bribe, on the face of it, he'll be happy. But inside, he knows the guilt. Everybody. Have you noticed something? When you lie to somebody also, the guilt is there inside you. You know, okay, boss, that was wrong. The guilt. That's why we talk about conscience. That's why I always advise you guys, fine, never ever compromise with your conscience. Because it will not leave. I mean, it's very difficult to survive with guilt. It's very difficult. Because sometime guilt will catch up. Someday it will catch up. It may not be today, it may not be tomorrow, it may be in your old age, but it will catch up. And the day it catches up, you're done. Extreme guilt can lead to depression. And depression can lead to other bigger mental issues. So that's what conscience is all about. All right. One boy is not attentive, sir. Okay, wait a second. Where is the one boy who's not attentive? Ah, yes, I can see that. One boy is not paying attention. Okay, good enough. Righto. Now, next one is contribution of thinkers. I'll start this tomorrow. It's a complete topic. I'll finish this tomorrow and I do case studies tomorrow. On Friday, sorry, not tomorrow. I'll do this on Friday. Friday 6 to 8, I have a class. I'll finish both. I'll finish contributions of thinkers and I'll finish case studies. All of it will be done. Right, guys? So that day your course will be over officially and I've done everything that day. Right. Okay, guys. Bye-bye. Ramesh, nice to see you. Bishoy Saab, namaskar. Happy to see you. Finally. आप पर्दे से बाहर तो निकले? चलो बच्चे, I'll see you on Friday also, Bishoy. Bishoy, I'll see you on Friday also. Okay, guys. Bye-bye. See you. Bye. Take care. See you. Bye, Cynthia. Cynthia, I hope you're fine. 8 o'clock, I'll wind up on Friday, Cynthia. I hope you're okay with that. Right. Done. So I'll see you on Friday, 6 o'clock. Okay, guys. Bye. Stay safe. Stay happy. Stay happy. I'll see you.